If you want to stand out from the crowd, you need a stunning, modern and uniquely crafted portfolio website. In this tutorial, I'll show you exactly how to build this awesome, creative portfolio website using a free software called WordPress, the most powerful page builder and all free resources. Let's take a sneak peek at what we'll craft together step by step. First, we'll design this eye-catchy header with your logo on the left, a sleek navigation menu in the middle, and a bold call to action button on the right. And also I'll show you how to quickly create your own logo using a free online tool, no design experience needed. Next, we'll create a stunning banner. On the left, we'll add your name and professional details with beautiful heading and texts, plus buttons with cool hover effects. On the right, you will add your profile image. I'll also show you a super easy way to remove the background from your photo so it fits nicely within this area. Then we'll design this awesome animated marquee to promote your services, whether it's web design, paid marketing, SEO, or anything else you offer. Right below, we'll create an engaging About section where you can put any image, as you now know how to remove the background image for your pictures. You can also add more details about yourself, like your years of experience and the number of completed projects. Then we'll add a CV download button and social media links. I'll show you how to attach your CV, so when anybody clicks on this button, your CV will be downloaded on their computer right away. Next, we'll showcase your work with a beautifully designed portfolio section, where you can display your best projects with images and titles. You can even add them to external sites for maximum impact. We're also adding another awesome animated marquee where you can highlight your top clients, building trust and credibility instantly. Below that, we'll create an interactive services section. When people click on any service, the image on the left will change dynamically, giving your site a sleek and modern feel. I'll also show you how to create an amazing pricing table with a smooth hover effects. Want to link it to your Upwork or Fiverr gigs? No problem, I'll show you how to do that too. Next, we'll build a glowing testimonials section because we all know how crucial client feedback is in attracting new clients. And we're not stopping there. I'll teach you how to write engaging blog posts and seamlessly insert them into your homepage, perfect for showcasing your expertise. Then we'll create a fully functional contact form so your clients can contact you directly from the page by filling out the form. Finally, we'll wrap it up with a beautifully crafted footer featuring your logo, essential links, and copyright text. Plus, we'll add a smooth Go Up button to take visitors back to the top of the page in style. Similarly, the header menus will also be functional, so when you click any of the menu items, it will take you to that particular section. I'll show you how to do that as well. Most interestingly, we'll learn how to make any website 100% responsive for mobile and tablet devices, so there won't be any technical boundaries. Can you believe we will be doing all of this just by using free resources? This tutorial is perfect for complete beginners. So if you have never built a website before, you're in the right place. Now let me introduce you to myself. My name is Taimur Nishat. I'm a professional web developer. Even in the past, I have completed so many freelance WordPress projects for my clients. So basically, you're learning all the best methods and techniques from a real professional web developer. I'm really excited about this, and if you're excited too, please give this video a big thumbs up. That's the only thing I ask from you. Other than that, this video is completely free. Just have a look. If you like this video, you can find it easily later on your liked videos on YouTube. Alright, let's dive in. We'll be creating our beautiful website in easy 4 steps. First, I'll show you how to get your own domain name and web hosting. I'll even provide you with a 78% discount link. Next, we'll install WordPress. Then, we'll install a free theme and a free page builder called Elementor. Finally, we'll start creating our amazing website step by step. I'll also add a timestamp in the description so you can jump to any part you need at any time. Let's now start with the step number 1, which is getting your domain name and web hosting. So first of all, what is a domain name? Domain name is basically your website address, like Facebook has facebook.com, Amazon has amazon.com, we have jimfahaddigital.com. Similarly, for your website, you need an address that will be your website name.com. And what is web hosting? Web hosting is the storage space for your website. All the images, text you will have in your website, all will be stored on your own web hosting. As you are owning your own web hosting, so there wouldn't be any limitation. You can run ads, you can upload text or images, you can upload any themes or plugins you want. You are in charge of your own website. Now, how to get your own web hosting with a free domain name. So first, just click on the very first link in the description below this video, or you can just go to jimfahaddigital.com/best host. And this will take you to a special discount Hostinger page. So why Hostinger? In my opinion, Hostinger is the most affordable and also the fastest web hosting provider available. Just have a look into their Trustpilot reviews. People are super happy with their hosting speed, affordable pricing, and customer support. Now from here, you can change your language. If you speak Spanish, Portuguese, or Hindi, you can select any language from here. One thing I also want to say is that this page changes quite often. In fact, they probably change it once a month. So if the banner or interface looks different, don't worry, don't panic, this happens quite often. It's the same website. Let's scroll down a bit. You'll find all different plans. By the way, here we can see 3 plans, but sometime you may see 4 plans here. But just don't panic, because you can create your website with any of these plans. But as you are starting out, I recommend taking this premium or business plan. With both of these plans, you can create up to 100 websites. For example, today you're creating a portfolio website, tomorrow you want to create a business website, and next week you want to create an e-commerce website, so you don't need to purchase hosting each time. So here, with this premium plan, you'll get 100 GB of SSD storage. With the business plan, you get 200 GB of NVMe storage, and with any of these plans, you'll get all the features like unlimited free SSL, so all of your website would be encrypted and super secure. Unlimited bandwidth, so there wouldn't be any limit how many website visitors you will have. Free email, you can create hundreds of professional email addresses like info@yourwebsite.com or admin@yourwebsite.com, like this. Then free domain. Yes, like I said, you'll get a domain name for free. You'll also get tons of WordPress features like free one-click WordPress installation, free website migration, so if you want to move your existing website from another hosting provider to Hostinger, they will transfer it on behalf of you. How cool is that? Now let's talk about the security. Personally, I'm very serious about website security, and Hostinger just nailed it with all of these features like Cloudflare protected name servers, malware scanners, and all of these. I've had very bad experiences with other web hosting providers. We have got so many malware attacks, and we had to pay the hosting providers additionally to use their other security tools. But here in the Hostinger, you're getting all of these security tools for free. Now let's select a plan. Like I said, you can take any of this plan based on your needs. For now, I'm taking the premium plan. You can upgrade it later anytime, so click on Add to Cart. Alright, right here, you're going to see different options. Now this is referring how long do you want to host with Hostinger. So we have 1 month, 12 months, 14 months, and then we also have 48 months. First of all, I don't recommend going with the 1 month because it's almost $12 a month, which is super expensive and we don't want that. My recommendation would be go with 48 months. So for the 4 years, you just need to pay $2.99 per month. That will save you $432. And then after those 4 years, you start to pay $7.99 per month, which is still super affordable for a web hosting plan that can hold up to 100 websites. But if you just want to start with 2 years or 1 year, you can click over here. And then in your first year, you just have to pay $3.19 per month, and you're still going to create up to 100 websites. And after that, first year you start to pay $9.99 per month. So the longer the first period, the more discount you will get when you renew your plan. So if you have the budget and you want to get the most discount possible, you can go for the 48 months. And after those 48 months, you start pay around $7.99 per month instead of $9.99 per month. But wait, there is more.
If you scroll down here you'll see have a coupon code, and if you fill with my special coupon code JFD10 and then click on the apply, you'll now get a total of 76% discount. Can you believe we are getting a super fast web hosting with the free domain name for the full year only for $34? What an amazing deal, right? So I scroll up again. Here you see pricing is only $2.87 a month for the first 12 months, $2.78 a month per the first 24 months, and $2.69 a month for first 48 months. Now let's scroll down. Put your email here. Make sure you use your best email address because they will create hosting account with this email address. And then let's put a very strong password here. Now you see you can pay with your credit card, PayPal or Google Pay, or you can even pay using your cryptocurrency. Also, you may see more different local payment options based on your country. So let's just skip this part and scroll down here. And in here, I'm just putting my card informations. Then let's just click on Submit Secure Payment. So from here, you can skip this part. From here, make sure you select WordPress from here. Now, let's click on the Select WordPress button. So here it says create login details for WordPress account. So in order to create an WordPress account, we need to put our email address and password. So my email address is already here, so I'm using this one. And let's put a strong password. I pasted my password. Then let's click on the next. And now it says, what will your website look like? So right now we don't want any theme, so we'll just click on the skip. Here it says, do you want pre-selected plugins for your website? No, I don't want it. So let's click on here. No, I want to select plugins manually, and let's then click on the next. Also, we can just skip this. So in here, it's asking what's your website name. So basically it's referring to choose your domain name. So let's select a name for our site. Let's type JFD Toots. Once I typed in, you can see on the bottom, it's suggesting the domain with the extension like jfdtoots.in, jfdtoots.me, and jfdtoots.com and more. From here, you can choose any extension you like, but I recommend you to choose the .com because it sounds more professional and legit. So I'm gonna choose the .com and I'm just gonna click next. Here it says where is your target audience. You can just keep this default, which in my case they have selected a data center in the United States, the closest one they have to my country, but in your case it can be a different one. So you can just keep it default or change it from here, or you can just change it later on. So I'm just keeping it as it is and I'm just clicking on the next button. Now it's installing WordPress. We are almost there. Let's just wait a bit. And right now we're at the control panel of the Hostinger. And from here, if we go into the Home tab, you'll see in the account actions, it's saying we have sent a verification email to your Gmail account. So let's check our email. You'll find an email address in your inbox that's called verify your email address. Now from here, we'll just simply click on this verify email. Now it will take you back to the Hostinger cPanel with the email address confirmed. Now from here, I want to get my WordPress. So from the premium web hosting here on this manage button, I'm just gonna click this. Now it will take us to the Hostinger dashboard. Now from here, it says WordPress overview. Let's click that. And then under here, it says admin panel. Let's just click on here. And it will directly take us to the WordPress dashboard.
So finally, we are at our WordPress admin panel or the dashboard. Here I'm gonna make you familiar with all the necessary things like post, media, pages, comment appearance and all. But before that, let's clean up our dashboard a bit. Like let's close this welcome pop-up. Also let's close this unnecessary widgets. But if you want, you can click on this screen options and deselect all of these one by one like this. And everything will be clean like this. But there is more to clean up. So let's go to this plugins. Just click on this plugins option. And here, as you can see, we are having some plugin which came by default after installing the WordPress. And if you are wondering what is plugin is an extra tool or extra add-on that extends the functionality of your website. And of course we need plugins for our website, but not these specific ones. So we can just select all the plugin like this, then click on this bulk action, then first select deactive and click apply. Now all the plugin has been deactivated. Now select all the plugins again like this, and this time from the bulk action select the delete option and apply. Now it's asking, are you sure? Of course we are sure, so let's click OK. Now all the unnecessary plugin has been deleted. Great. Now I'm going to show you how you can change some basic settings and password of your WordPress dashboard. For that, first hover over this users, then click on this profile. And we'll be here. First, we have this admin color scheme. With this, we can change the whole dashboard color scheme like this. But this is not really important because we can only see these colors on this admin panel. Alright, so if we scroll down, we have this language option. From here, we have so many language options. You can select any of them from here. But I'm gonna just keep it site default for now. Then we have this first name, last name thing. You can put your first name and last name. Also, we have the nickname. I'm just gonna put Timur. Then we have this display name publicly as. From here you can actually select your full name because I'm gonna show you a basic example of this. So in this image, this is a post, right? And on this post there is a name here which is author name Jim Fahad. So the author just selected a variation for his name, same like we're choosing this variation for our name. Alright, so make sure you select a good one from here. Now here of course we can change email address or website address, but for now I'm not gonna messing with these options. So let's scroll down, and here we have the new password option. If you click on this set new password, this open, it actually generated a very strong password for you, but of course you can change it to anything you like I'm typing my own password. And here although it's saying medium, but I'm okay with this password. So now let's scroll down and update the profile with this button. So everything we made change here will be saved. Alright, now at this point I want to make you familiar with two basic terms. One is the backend or the dashboard of your website, and one is front end of your website. So everything you are seeing here right now, all these content options and everything, this is the backend or dashboard of your website. And if you want to see your front end website, you can just hover over your site title here and click on this visit site. Let's open it on a new tab. So this is our front end website where the whole world can see this portion of the website. Basically, if you give this address to anyone in the world, they will be visited into this page. Okay, right now it is looking like this, but of course we can change it to anything we like. And you are seeing a black bar here. You can see this because you are the admin of your website and you are logged in as admin. Otherwise anyone cannot see this black bar over here. Alright, now let's go back and let's show you some other basic settings. So if you hover over this settings and click on this general, you'll be here. So first we have this site title, which is this. You can change it really easily. Just type anything you like here like this, and as you can see instantly it has been changed. And we have this tagline. You can actually put some meaningful tagline here. Freelancer in California. Then we have this site icon. With this we can change our fav icon with the tab after we have all these different settings. Then here we have this time zone, date format and time format settings. You can select any time zone based on your location or any preferred date format or time format in between. So you can just play with all the options. Now let's go ahead and save the changes. And now I'm going to show you a very important settings, which is permalink settings. So let's click on this permalinks. And under this permalink structure, you can see we are having a structure selected, which is day and name. On your case, it can be set to anything like month and day, numeric or anything. But I highly recommend you to choose this post name permalink, because I'm gonna show you an example. So this is difference between a plain permalink and a post name permalink. So this is the plain permalink, and with this your website will look something like yourwebsite.com/a bizarre number. And on the other hand, we have this post name permalink. With this your website will look like yourwebsite.com, a page name like this about us or any post name. So this looks very appealing, it's more readable, and it actually can help you rank on the search engines. Alright, so make sure you select the permalink to post name. Alright, now let's check the changes. Alright, so all the basic settings has been done and we're good. Now let's have a quick look on the other options here. For example, after dashboard we have this posts. In the post page you can create any post or blogs, and that will be shown on your website. Then we have this media option. In the media you can manage all the media files like images, videos, PDF file, all these. Then we have this pages. In the pages we can create different pages like home, about, and here also you can see some default page like privacy policy and one sample page. We can just delete this for now. Select all this, then from the bulk action select move to trash and apply, and it will be trashed. Now we have other options like comments. Here you can manage all the comments and replies people are doing on your website. After that we have super important setting, which is appearance, and after that we have this appearance. Under appearance we have this themes, which is super important to create a website. And here you can see we are having some default themes like this 2024, 2023, 2022, and this 2024 one is the active one we can see here. And you already can see this theme is the exactly same theme we are seeing on the front end. So basically our front end website is using this 2024 theme. Now of course you can change it to any theme. For example, if I make this 2022 one active and go to our front end website and then refresh, here you can see our front end website or our whole website look has been changed to this one. Alright, and from here of course you can add new themes. If you click on this add new theme or this big button, does the same thing. We'll be at our WordPress theme store where you can find thousands of themes, and here of course you can search for any theme. Like let's search hello Elementor, and you'll find this theme. Let's install this, click install, and let's go back to our themes. And here you can see hello Elementor is added here. Now let's activate this and go to our front end and refresh, and here again our front end website has been changed according to the new theme here. I know this is still plain and empty, but trust me, we will turn it to a masterpiece when we start designing this front end with a page builder. And as we know, we will be using Elementor page builder to design our website, and you also know that's the best page builder out there for WordPress. So to get the Elementor page builder free account, you can just go to jimfahaddigital.com, and I'll put the link of this page in the description. And if you scroll down to here, you'll find this important links. Under here you'll find this get Elementor free account, and you'll be on the Elementor's official page. If you scroll down from here, we can see they have different plans for the Elementor page builder pro version, although we're gonna be using Elementor free version to create our whole website. But if you get the Elementor Pro version, you can do many advanced stuff, like you will get so many pro widgets, then you'll get cool features like theme builder, motion effects, template library. You can add custom code very easily, and you also get some marketing and e-commerce stuffs like marketing integrations, WooCommerce builder, and all the advanced stuff here. You can select any plans according to your choice, but this advanced one is the active one. But this advanced one is the most popular one here. You can create up to 3 websites with this plan, and if you select the expert website builder, this plan, you can create up to 25 websites with this. And the website creation numbers go up with the agency website builder plan. You can create up to 1000 websites with this. Alright, so these are the great deals from the Elementor page builder. Now let's create our free account on the Elementor page builder. So let's scroll up, and if you click on this login, and from here, if you don't have any account, of course you can click on this create an account, and here you can just continue with Google, Facebook or Apple account. But if you want to continue with your email, just click here and put your email address here. I'm putting my email address and create a strong password and click to create my account, and you will land on your Elementor account dashboard. So basically we're successfully created our free account on the Elementor. Now let's close this and go back to our dashboard. Now let's add the Elementor page builder as a plugin on our website. Just click on this plugins option. In here we don't have any plugin, so click on this add new plugin, and you will be in the plugin store where you can find thousands and thousands of plugins. So let's search our plugin. We want Elementor page builder, so just type Elementor, and Elementor page builder will be on the top here. And here you can see it has 10+ million active installations with very good ratings. Just click on this install to install the plugin. So we have installed the Elementor. Now it's time to add more plugins or install more plugins we need to create our website. So let's search here. The next plugin we want is called Elements Kit. Search it like this, and we'll have this Elements Kit Elementor add-ons. So basically this plugin is an add-on for Elementor page builder. As we are not using the Elementor Pro version, so these small add-ons will help us to do what we can't do with only using Elementor free version. Okay, so let's install this, and it's installed. And the next one will be Jeg Elementor, and we'll have this one. Install this. This is also an add-on that will help us to have more features. All right, now we'll have our last plugin, which will be Meet Form, and we'll have this Meet Form contact form. Let's install this one. This is from WP Met, this author, and this plugin will help us to create any type of form like contact form or any kind of form in our website. So yeah, we have installed it. Now let's go back to the plugins, and we see we have all the plugins, but none of these are activated right now. So first of all, I'm gonna activate this Elementor plugin. Activate, and you'll see this onboarding like this. We can just skip this by clicking on this cross icon, and we'll be on our dashboard again. So I don't want this widget here actually, so from the screen option, uncheck this Elementor overview, and it will be clean again. Now let's go back to the plugins, and here we can see after activating the Elementor, we can also activate these Elements Kit and other add-on plugins. So what I'm gonna do is select all the plugins like this. From the bulk action, select the activate and apply, and now all the plugin has been activated. And now I'm really excited to show you the power of Elementor page builder. So as this is a portfolio website, there will be only one page, which will be our home page. So let's go to the pages and create our new page. To create new page, click on this add new page, and here on this area it says add title. We can just type home, and after typing just click on this publish, and this home will be just published. Now if you are wondering if anyone lands on our website, they should see this home page, right? So if we go to our front-end website and refresh, we see nothing happens, no home page or anything like that is here, because by default it is showing a page which is this hello world, and basically this is a post. So to set the home page as our default page, let's go to the settings, just click on this WordPress logo, and from the dashboard under the settings, click on this reading. Your home page currently displays your latest post, which is this random post. So instead of this, select this a static page, and as the home page, select this home we have just created on this page, right? Now let's scroll down and save the changes. Now if we refresh this front-end website, you'll see at least the home title is coming here right now. So basically this is our home page showing on our front end website, although it is right now empty. But we will add everything in our homepage using the Elementor page builder. So let's go to the pages and open this home, or click on this edit and open this with Elementor. So click on this edit with Elementor. And in here you can just close this notification. And finally we are in our Elementor page builder, where the real fun begins. So first, if you notice this area on this right side, all the content is same as this page, our front end website, right? So basically in this beautiful box we will add all the elements and make our website our own. But before that, let me make you familiar with this left panel on the Elementor. So all these items you are seeing here, like heading, image, text editor, video, these are called Elementor elements or Elementor widgets. And if you scroll down, you will find this Pro drop down. In this Pro drop down, you'll get to see all the advanced and professional elements or widget from the Elementor page builder Pro version. So basically you can use these widgets if you have the Elementor Pro version. But as we don't have, we have to use these basic ones for now. But don't worry, we have some other add-ons which will help us with the Elementor page builder. So if we scroll down to the end of this panel, we can see we have this JKit Elementor Kit, then this made form, and all the custom add-on we have just installed through the plugins. Okay, so we're gonna use those to create our website as well. So now let me just give you some basic example that how Elementor page builder works and how you can design in it using the elements or widget. So for example, let's take this heading, drag this and put this into this dashed box, and here you'll see a text will be added. You can triple click to change this text to anything, or you can use this left panel to edit this text as well. Now if we want to change this text color or make this bigger or smaller, we have to go to the style tab in here. Here we have this alignment. Using this we can align the text to left, center or right like this. Then we have this text color. By default it is having a blue kind of color, but of course you can change it to any color you like I'm adding a black color. After that we have this typography. Using the typography you can manage your font. So first you can change your font family, and in the font family you will find so many fonts from the Google fonts you can use. So one of my favorite is Poppins. Let's search Poppins and select this, and it will be changed to Poppins. And with the size slider you can make the text size bigger or smaller like this, or you can just put any specific value like this. Then we have weight, font weight. With this you can make your font thinner or thicker. Lower number will make it thinner and higher number will make it bolder. Okay, so for now I'm gonna select this 600, which is semi-bold. Then we have other settings like transform. You can use this uppercase to make your text fully uppercase, lowercase to make it fully lowercase or capitalized, all of these. After that we have this line height. Using the line height you can define the line height of your text like this. Then we have letter spacing. With this letter spacing you can literally add space between each of your letters like this. And similarly with word spacing you can add space between each of your words. Cool, isn't it? Alright, so I'm just gonna make every value default like this. So this is how you edit a text. Now if we want to add more stuff, you need to just click on this plus icon, says add element, and this widget list will come up again. And maybe let's select this text editor here. So the text editor is very similar, but it's more dedicated to adding bigger text like a paragraph. You can change it from here or from here. Then let's go to the style and make it center as well. Then we can change the text color to black, or the typography. Everything is same as the heading. Alright, now what we can add next, we can just add a button and see how it looks. So here this is our button. We can change the button text from here. Instead of click here we can just type maybe read more. Alright, now we have this link. In this link option you can put any link, any address in the world, like google.com or kitpapa.com. So any link you put, then after anyone clicks on this button, they will be redirected to this link you have put here. Okay, now if we want to style this button, let's go to the style. We can actually make this position center as well, like this. Then we have this typography. The typography is same. You can change any font style, font size, and everything. Then the border radius, like you can add roundness to the button like this. It's too much, I think. You have this box shadow, you have this padding. You can just do everything. Now let's say you want to move your elements, like you want to push this button more to the down. For that, we have to go to the advanced tab. So this advanced tab is basically for all the advanced settings. We'll dig into it later in this tutorial, but for now let's use this margin and padding. So if I unlink this margin, and for example on the top I add 50, and here you see this button just added 50 pixel margin on the top, and it just pushed this button more to the down. The higher number you put, the higher the space will be. Okay, and similarly you can add space on the right, bottom, and left. Then we have this padding option. The padding option actually does the same thing, like if we add 50 pixel on the top, it just added 50 pixel space on the top. But of course the margin and padding has different use cases. We'll know this later in this tutorial, but for now remember you can add space between elements with margin and padding. Okay, and one thing, I want to show you some cool stuff with this button. If we go to the style tab, then we have this background type classic selected. Then under this we have this color. So this green color is the button's background color, right? We can change it to anything we want using this color picker, like literally any color. And here we have this hover option. If we click on this hover option, now all these options will be for the hover. Now if we make the background color a different color, like let's make it kind of blue like this. Now if we hover over this button, you see this is showing a nice hover effect by changing its background color, which is really easy and cool. I'm just showing you everything in basic, but using all these options in a different combination, the possibilities of creation is endless. So make sure you experiment with everything in the Elementor page builder. And now I'm going to show you a very important concept, not just for the Elementor page builder, but for the whole website design field. So first of all, let's just delete all these dummy elements we have created. So to create any element, you have just to right click on this element and click on the delete, and it will be deleted. Right click and delete. All right. And also delete this whole section by clicking on this close. So we have the empty canvas again. Now I'm going to show you how you can lay out in the Elementor page builder. So first, let's click on this plus icon and click on this flex box. Then select any structure. Let's select this first one, and it will add a basic container. And in this container, you can put any element or widgets you want. So first, let's color this whole container and make it like a box so you can understand easily. To do that, go to the style tab, and you'll find this background type. Select classic, and you'll have this color. Just click on it. Let's make it a blue type of background, but very light like this. All right, now let's add more items in this container. So let's click on this add element. And another easy way to add the container is to grab this container widget and add it anywhere. And another container will be added. Now we can make the container any size, like we can use this width slider and make it any percentage, but I'm gonna click on this property and select this pixel property. Using pixel property, we can add really straight value, like let's type here 125 pixel, and this will be this 125 pixel wider. Okay, let's make it 125, and this box will be 125 pixel wide. Also, you can add any height to it. So let's use this min height and maybe add 100 pixel, and this will be 100 pixel long. Now I'm gonna color this new container as well. Let's add a different color on this. Add blue, but this time a little bit darker or deeper, like this. All right. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click on this container and duplicate, and it will have same container with this. Let's duplicate again to have another one. So basically in this main container we are having 3 other containers. We can call these small containers child container of this container. So we can just quickly rename this child. Renaming a container or element doesn't do anything, it's just for better organization. And let's rename this main container parent container. Okay, now let's select the parent container, and in the layout there is many things to do. First of all, let's increase the main container's height or the parent container's height to like select the VH from here, which is a viewport height, and if you type 100, this parent container will be 100% viewport height, which means it's covering 100% viewport of this page. Okay, then we have this other options like justify content. If we make this justify content center, you can see all the child element inside this parent container is aligning on the centered vertically like this. And if we make this align items to center, it is aligning everything horizontally centered like this. Okay, then we have this gaps. We can use gaps. For example, I add 50 pixel, and as you can see, in between the child elements some extra gap has been added. Okay, we can also of course make it 0 to use no gap, so let's just keep it default. Now finally let's learn about this direction property. So in this parent container, if we select this direction to row, as you can see, this is aligning everything side by side, and if we select the direction to column, it is aligning vertically. So basically the parent container is controlling the alignment of the inner child. Okay, and if you once understand the parent and child relationship deeply, you can literally make any layout using the Elementor page builder. And now let's do one thing. Let's go to this add element, and for example add an item, a button inside this child container. And here we can actually adjust the height of this child container because we have added a button. Alright, like this. Now select the child container, under the layout make this justify content center and align items center. You see it aligned the button inside on the center. So basically any changes on the child container is affecting on this button. But if we select the parent container and make it align start or justify content start, it is affecting every blue containers. But if you notice, it didn't affect the button inside this, because this button is not immediate child of this parent container, but it is immediate child of this blue containers. So it is affecting by the changes on the blue containers. Simple, right? And trust me, it will all make sense more when we're going to start the real design on this page builder. Okay, so I think it's enough talking theoretical stuff, because I believe after all these examples you'll understand every single thing I do. So now let's go ahead and make everything practically. So let's delete all these dummy contents. Right click and delete the whole thing. By the way, if you mistakenly deleted anything, you can always click Ctrl+Z to undo your action, or Ctrl+Y to redo your actions. Alright, so let's go ahead, and first I don't want any of these demo text or contents here. So click on this settings icon, the page settings. If you scroll down, you will find this page layout. From here, just make this Elementor canvas. And now we are having a fresh and empty canvas where we're gonna be making our masterpiece step by step. By the way, as you know, this tutorial will be hours long. So if you are ready to invest your next 2 to 3 hours, then you can watch this full tutorial. But let's say many of you don't have such long time, or you are on a rush and you want your website really fast. Instead of watching hours long video, I have another option for you. You can use ready template from KitPapa.com. If you go to KitPapa.com, I'll put the link in the description, you'll find so many dedicated ready templates for so many categories of website like services, business, agency, portfolio, education, health, medical, almost everything you can imagine for a website. Here, let's check out what templates this portfolio category has. Just click it, and here we can see it has so many templates for portfolios, and all is made by professionals with years of experience. For example, let's check this one out. From here you can buy this template. This one is really affordable, only $14.99. If you scroll down, you'll see all the documentation and a video guideline to install this template on your website within a few clicks. This video is about 1 to 3 minutes long, and if you scroll up here, you'll find a really interesting thing. If you click on this live demo, this whole website is loaded into a beautiful iframe. From here you can check the whole website and check the responsiveness like tablet mode, mobile mode, and of course you can visit the site to experience the whole website live. Alright, so if you are a beginner with WordPress, buying this can be a great start to your website building career. But let's say you are a freelancer or an agency, you can actually grab their buy all package. If you click on this buy all, with this buy all, you will get full access with all the template kits they have on their website. They have hundreds of premium templates kit on their website, and they literally upload 10 plus template kits per month. So you're not only getting all the template kits at once, but you're also getting the new templates they upload every month for the rest of your life. With all their expert made template kits, you can at least earn $3,000 to $4,000 by making website with it. And what price you are getting it for? Only $49. What more you can expect? So if you want to buy their all templates, I highly recommend you to grab the package through this limited time lifetime access. As you can see, a super discounted offer is going on, so make sure you grab this today. Just click on this grab the deal and all the templates will be yours. Alright, now let's go to this KitPapa logo and we'll be in this homepage. Now here we can actually search for any templates in this website. Alright, now let's click on this KitPapa logo and we'll be on the homepage of the website. So on the search bar, let's search for Foliofy and we will get to see this template here. Let's click on it, check it out. So as you can see, this is a really nice portfolio website. It's really affordable. It's less than even $10. So basically this is the website we're gonna be making in our tutorial. This is super professional, made by experts. So if you wanna buy this one, you can just buy it from here, then watch this 3 minutes video guide and install it on your WordPress. But if you want to learn with me, want to learn how to make full website step by step, then let's go back to our Elementor page builder. So first we're gonna start with our banner and we'll do the header and footer part later. So without any delay, let's take a container inside and I'm gonna rename this container. By the way, let's turn on this structure option. In the structure option, you can actually see everything I'm adding, deleting, renaming, and follow them step by step. Okay, so as you can see, I have added a container here and this container has been added here. So I'm gonna rename this container banner section. Okay, normally renaming any element doesn't do anything, but it is for a better organization. So first on this banner section, let's work on here. Let's make this direction to row, then justify content, make it space between, then gaps, let's make it all 0. Then we have this wrap option, make it wrap. Then let's go to the advanced tab and on the padding, unlink the padding first and all will be 0 like this. Then on the top 280 pixel, on the right side 30 pixel, on the bottom 255 pixel, and on the left 30 pixel. And it will add nice padding inside this banner section. Now what I want is, I want to make our full page, this home page, dark color. We can do it many ways. We can just add a color on this particular section, this banner section, and it will be dark color. Like from this style, we can pick a color and make it dark like this, but we're not gonna do it like this because I want the dark color on the full website. So to easily do that, click on this gear icon, says page settings. From here, just switch to this style tab and you'll find this background type here as well. Just select this classic and in the color picker, type a color which is 171614 and the whole page's color will be changed to this particular color. So we don't have to put the color on the every section like this. Okay, so after adding the color, let's select the banner section again, and in the style I want to add an image and make it like a texture on this section. So what I mean by this, just select on this image, and here we don't have any image right now. By the way, if you want all the image I'm gonna be using in this tutorial, just go to the Fahad digital website, and under this important links you will find this download the resources I have used in the tutorial. Just click it and you will get a zip file in the Google Drive. Just simply download this, and after you extract the zip file you'll find this images folder. In here you'll find all the images you need for the website. Okay, so let's go back here. So this is our media library and we have to upload all the images in this place. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all the images and drag all those in here. And after uploading, if you see these errors are for the SVG image is not supporting it right now. We have to enable the SVG image file uploads, then it will normally support the SVG. For now, we don't need to worry about the error messages, and we can see every PNG file has been successfully uploaded. So from here, we want an image, which is this one. Just select it like this and click on this select button. And that image will be loaded inside this banner section as a background image. Right now we can barely see this image because this is working as a texture for this section. Alright, now inside this banner section I want to add more containers. So let's drag a container inside this like this. And just for better organization, I'm gonna rename this call1. Then on the call1, make sure you select this full width. Then on the width, make it pixel property from here and type 477. Then make this direction to column. And now inside this call1 container, let's add more element. Let's add this heading. Then let's change the heading from here. For this one, let's just type hi, and I'm gonna add an emoji. From here, I'm gonna select this wave emoji, this waving hand emoji. By the way, if you want to select an emoji from your desktop, if you're on the Windows, just press Windows key plus dot, and this will open an emoji picker for you. Alright, so here I have changed the text here, the content. Now let's go and style this text. Let's switch to the style tab, and first of all, make this text color to white color. Then let's edit on this typography. So in the typography, I'm gonna select a font which will be man rope. Suggest and select this. Then font size, I'm gonna make it 64 pixel. Then font weight, let's make it bold, which is 700. Then I want to add some line height. Select the EM property in the line height and type 1.3, and it will become like this. Now after this heading, I want another heading. So what you can do is we can right click on this, then duplicate this. Then we will be same text and same styled. I just need the style of this text, not this content. So from here I'm gonna remove this and paste this text. But this is a really special text in our banner section. We will make this one really attractive. We're gonna use some custom CSS to make this one really stand out. So for that, go to the JFD website here, and if you scroll down, you'll find this gradient heading text, and under this we have a simple code like this. From here, just copy the whole line like this, copy, come back here, and let's remove this one and paste that one. In here, what we just did is we added this Esther Joy, this text, inside a span tag. This is a HTML tag. We don't need to understand it really deeply, but we just added this particular text inside this span. But we have this other two words, which is and this a word. We put these words outside of this span text. Okay, so basically whatever we do with this Esther Joy text, which is inside this span, there will be no effect on this other words text. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So first we have to add some custom code. It's really simple, really easy. Just click on this add element and search for HTML. You will find this widget and drag this in here, and it will be added like this. And in this place, this HTML code, we have to put our HTML code or CSS code. So to get the HTML CSS code, you don't need to type anything, don't worry. Just go to the JFD site. If you scroll down, you will find this entire page CSS. Hide horizontal overflow for the entire page CSS. So you can call this chunk of code a reset CSS code, which is actually necessary for our website to use the rest of the CSS code. Okay, so this is a necessary important step. Just click it from here and paste it inside this input. So this code is nothing, it's doing nothing on the style or design purposes. It's just there for help us to use more codes. Okay, so go back here again. Now this time we're gonna pick up a code for our text to design it. Okay, so if you scroll down, you'll find this text with a gradient background CSS. Just copy this code and we have to paste this code inside this code base. Okay, so as you can see, this is a style tag, this is open and this is closed, so we can leave some space from here. Type enter to leave some space, and inside this code base, let's paste that code we have just copied for the text. Now as you can see, after the pasting, this text has been changed to this gradient background text. How cool is that? So basically, you see, whatever text is under this span is getting an amazing gradient color like this. For example, inside this span, we type like something else, gradient text, and on this outside, we type something else like non-gradient text. So I think you get the idea. Now let's actually undo the action because we don't need this dummy text. Alright, we're back here. Now I want to add another effect on this text, on the same text. So obviously we need more code for that. Don't worry, just go to the JFD, and after this text gradient background, you'll find this text with a subtle shadow effect CSS. So basically we want a subtle shadow on the text here. Okay, so copy this code, and yeah, you know, we have to paste the code here, and inside this code base, leave some space and paste the code. And if you notice carefully, this text is having a subtle shadow which is making it blend it with the background, which is looking really cool. You can actually notice this even better when you are making this website on yourself. Alright, and one thing for this code, why we are adding every code in this HTML separately, right? That's because we don't have the Elementor Page Builder Pro version. If we had the Elementor Page Builder Pro version, we could have just add the specific code into this heading widget in directly this custom CSS, but it requires Elementor Page Builder Pro or update your Elementor to add the custom CSS. Okay, so this is basically a trick to add the custom code and CSS without the Elementor Page Builder Pro version. Alright, so we have used the custom CSS and this text is looking just gorgeous. Now after this, let's add another element. This time I'm actually not gonna add any text or image, I'm gonna add a spacer. Just type spacer here, spacer, and add this spacer widget after this heading like this. And as you can see, this is doing nothing but leaving some space for this text. Okay, so in here we can control the spacing like this. I'm gonna just type 24 like this. Then after this spacing or spacer, I'm gonna add another heading widget here. And here I'm gonna change the text to professional. Then let's go to the style. First let's make it white color. Then in the typography, this time I'm gonna choose a different type of font family. Type Anek, and we'll see this Anek Bangla. Select this one. Then for the font size, let's type 15 pixel and it will be really small like this. Then close this, go to the advanced, unlink the margin, and on the bottom type minus 14 pixel and on the left 150 pixel. And this big 150 pixel margin will push this text more to the right side. Alright, after that make this padding 0. Now after this heading, I want to add a container, and make sure you add this container inside this call one. Alright, this container. Now let's make it direction to row, justify content space between, align items center, and here keep the gaps 20. Now inside this container, I want to add a image. Let's drag this image widget inside this, and we can select the image from here. So from our media library, if you scroll down, you'll find this line type of image. It's called border -star -1. Just select this and you'll see this image loaded up here. And actually one more thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this container, Then from the advanced, I'm gonna make the padding all 0 and it will be fitted like this. So this space has been reduced between the items or elements, but I actually want more. So let's click on this call 1, and in the gaps by default actually we have 20 pixel of gaps. So if we make it 0, and instantly all the extra space or extra gap will be reduced between elements. Alright, so after this image inside this container, I want to add a heading. So let's drag and drop a heading right after this image, but inside this container. Make sure you place the content like this: first image, then heading, and it will be inside this container. Okay, and let's of course change the text. I just type here web designer, then let's go to the style and make the color of it. Actually don't want the color because I want to make this text a gradient text. Okay, so keep the color whatever you have. So first on the typography, let's make it, keep this Anek Bangla, this font, then make this 32 pixel, font weight 600, and line height select EM and 1.2. And now let's go to the advanced tab and add some class name like CSS class name in here. So basically I want this text to be exactly like this text, but the difference will be, if you notice, this text is not fully gradient. Instead it is like half gradient and half white, right? But I want this text to be fully gradient. So this one will be really easy than this one. Okay, so go to the JFD website, and if you scroll up, earlier we have taken this code, text with a gradient background CSS, right? This code, and pasted in the custom CSS. Right after this code, you'll find CSS class for this code, which is this text with a gradient background CSS class. This text -bg. Just copy this, go here, select this text that you want to make the gradient, and under the advanced tab scroll down, and in this CSS classes just paste it, and you see it has been changed to the gradient text. So there is no extra hassle like this one because this is a mixed color heading. Okay, and of course we can do one thing as well. If you go here and under this text with a subtle shadow that we have used as well, under this is it has its CSS class name, which is font shadow. If you take this and put this in the custom CSS, but after this text bg, it will also have a subtle shadow on its text. Okay, but we don't want that on this particular text, so I'm just going to remove this font shadow class name and it will be remain clean, because I want the subtle shadow effect on the bigger text. Okay, not this small text. Alright, so let's move on to the next thing. Alright, so after this container, I want to add a spacer again. So search spacer and add it here. And you see here, we sometimes struggle to drag an element and put in the right place. So in that case, put that element anywhere like a clean place. Then you can always actually drag the element using this layout structure and align this anywhere you want. So here I just drag this spacer after this container like this. Now on this spacer I want to type 28 pixel. So it leaves some space here. Now after this, let's add a text editor. Drag it right after here. And let's change the text. And this time I'm just gonna paste my text because we don't want to type every text and waste time, right? So let's go to the style, and for this text color I'm gonna actually put a color code, which is CCC, this color code, and it will become like this. After that, open the typography and select the font Manrope. Then font size, let's make it 17 pixel, and font weight keep it 400, and line height select the EM and 1.7. Alright, our text is done. After this we want another spacer, add it after this, and this time let's make it 56. Then after this let's add a container, and let's make the container direction to row, and gaps make it 32 pixel. Now inside this container I'm gonna be adding some buttons. So first click on this add new and drag this button in here, this button widget. Now first of all, I want to change the button text. So here, let's type hire me. And as you know, we have this link option to add on the button. So since we don't have any inner pages or any other page rather than the home page, we want this hire me button to take us to the contact area, right? So here in this input with this hash, I'm gonna actually type contact. So if we keep the contact here, and whenever we will make the contact section in the home page, then when we will click on this button will take us to that area, on that contact area. Okay, for now just keep this like this, hash contact. Now one more thing I want for this button is to add a nice icon. So we can use this icon option. So basically we can add icon from the WordPress default library, but for this time we have our own icon in our presets. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this upload SVG, and here it says enable unfiltered file uploads. So if you click on this enable, you just simply enable the unfiltered file like uploading SVG and other files like PDF. Okay, just simply enable this. And if you remember earlier, we couldn't upload the SVG ones, the SVG images. So now if we select all the SVG images like this, one by one, holding Control and selecting like this, and we can drag and drop it here. So basically if you drag and drop all at once like this, for the first time it will be like one single piece. But if we actually upload it one more time, like drag everything and drop it here, the second time we do it, it will be smoothly upload every SVG image we have. Alright, so since we have uploaded everything, now let's select this icon. This is called arrow -1-1. Okay, select this, select insert media, and it will be added inside this button. But I want this arrow or this icon to be placed on this side, like after this text. So let's use this icon position to end, and it will be here. Okay, and on this icon spacing, let's actually leave 10 pixel gap. Now let's go to the style tab to make our button really cool. So first of all, we have this typography. Let's make it this font, a neck, and size 22, font weight 500, and line height 22 pixel. Now let's close it, and we have this text color, then background type, select classic, and on the color we can add any background color. Let's make it actually black color. Then we have this border radius. We can use this border radius like 100 pixel to make any element rounded on the outside like this. Now we have this button padding. Let's add our padding 19, 42, 19, and 42. Okay, now this button is looking like this, but we will make this really cool looking using some custom CSS. So it's really simple. Again, just go to the JFD website, and if you scroll down, you'll find this gradient, background, and other effects for button CSS. This big chunk of code, just copy all this like this, and yes, paste it in this code base. And after you paste, nothing will happen because we didn't have the class name inside this button yet. So from this, if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll find this class name of this code. Okay, so it's called gradient, background, and other effect for button CSS classes. Okay, so from here, just copy this button -gbg, this one, and on this buttons advanced tab, scroll down, and under this CSS classes, paste it, and boom, our button is nicely styled like this. And if you notice, it also have a nice hover effect. So cool. Now I want to add another button. So instead of creating a button from scratch, let's just duplicate this one. Duplicate, but change the content. Let's make it view my work. And for this button, I don't want the icon. So on the icon, just select this none. It will be gone. But as this one is the different button, but on this button, I want to make some changes. First of all, go to the style and on the padding, and here instead of this 90, let's make it 17, and 40, 17, and 40 pixel. Alright, and it will be like this. Now for this button, it has a different class names. So from the advanced, here instead of this btn-jpg, we have this other class name which is btn-black. So instead of this, just paste this and this button will be like this. Really cool. But as you can see, this button doesn't have any hover effect. So we can actually go to the style tab and add our own hover effect. So like this one, we want a gradient hover effect for this one as well. So switch to the hover and select the background type to gradient, and as you can see, we will have multiple color. One is this color and one is the secondary color. So on the first color, as a color code, just type BF3 BFF. This is the first color, and on the second color, FF962B. This. Now if we try to hover, it's showing like this, but we have to manage this angle. On the angle, just type 90 degree and it will be looking like this. Cool. And also one thing, I want this button to take me on my work section, like view my work, right? Instead of this contact, let's type portfolio. And after we create our portfolio section, this button will take us there. Alright, so basically in this banner section, we have done working on this call 1, which means we're done working on this left side. Now it's time to work on the right side. Right side is really simple. So this is call 1. I want to add another container after this call 1. So what you can do is really easily right click on this call 1 and click on this add new container, and it will add a container right after this call 1. So logically this container's name will be call 2, right? So this is for the left side and this is for the right side, but it is currently on the bottom because this is too big to fit on this right side. So let's work on this. On the color 2, first of all, let's make it full width. Then on the width, select the pixel and type 350 pixel. And right after typing, as you can see, this is fitting on the right side like this. Then on this direction, let's make it column, and then let's make the gaps 0. Now inside this, I want to add images. So first let's add an image widget, and on this widget, let's select an image. If you scroll down, you will find this image. This is actually named a little bit weirdly, like group this number, but you will see this image here. Just select this. So first of all, make sure you select this full width and select this pixel, this width, and type 400. And right after typing 400, this call to is fitting on this right side, right? After that, let's select this direction to vertical or column, then make this gaps to 0 and go to the advanced tab and make the padding 0. And now inside this call to, let's add an image widget. And let's select the image from the library. If you scroll down, you'll find this image. Select it and go to the style tab, make this width to pixel and type 350 pixel. And after this, I want to add another image. So just right after this, add image and select it. And this time I'm gonna select this person image. Select this. And normally this image is being added right after this, right? And let's go to the style tab of this image, and on the width, let's just make it 100%. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this border radius on this image. So first of all, unlink it, and on the bottom 180 pixel, on the left 180 pixel. So basically what is happening on this bottom of this image is being rounded on this bottom because I want to fit this image with these background elements, okay? But normally this image is being added right after this image, right? So what you can do is we can go to the advanced tab, and if we use this position and make it absolute, and here you can see this image is no longer taking any more space, right? This is like a free element. We can take it anywhere in the page, but we don't want it like this. We want to have like really specific values on the position. So we have many position settings here, like horizontal orientation, offset, vertical orientation. So first of all, on this horizontal orientation, make it right, and on the offset, type -8. Then vertical orientation, keep it top, and offset, make it -40 pixel. And this image will be like this. And this image part is looking so cool. And now let's say you want to add your own image on this banner, and you want this background element with your image as well. If you want to do it, it's really easy. First, you have to take your image, remove its background, and make it transparent like this. You just have to take your own image, remove its background with an online AI tool or something, then your image will be transparent like this. So let's actually show you this, how we can do it. It's gonna take us like 2 minutes. So let's go to the Google and just search erase bg. And you'll have this link, which is erase.bg. Just click on it. And from here, you can just quickly log in with your Google account in few seconds. And we're good to go. Alright, so let's say you got this image. Just drag and drop it in this place. And it'll just remove the background from your image quite instantly. So from here, you can just download this HD image. Alright, so we got this transparent image. So from here, instead of this image, let's change it. And of course, let's upload this transparent one. And if you feel like this image is being too long or anything, you can just edit this image directly from here. So I want to crop this image because I feel like this is being too long for our design. So I'm just gonna crop it like this. Okay, click on the apply crop and click on this save edits. And now let's select it, the cropped one. And depending on the image sizes, it can appear in any size, but of course we can change it to any size or position it anywhere we want, right? So from here, we can use our vertical orientation like this. And if the image is feeling too small, you can always pick a bigger image of yours, okay? So this is how you can change and customize this image in here. So I'm gonna actually bring up my old image. Alright, so basically our banner section is looking really complete and fulfilled right now. We have added everything we need to add here. But to make it look even gorgeous, I want to actually add more extra elements. Like nothing crazy, but little images around the banner, okay? So let's open this. So after this call to, let's just close it. I'm gonna start to add images. Let's add somewhere here. And just drag it after this call to. So for this first image, let's go to media and select this image. And go to the advanced tab, make it position absolute, then horizontal orientation, right, offset 50 pixel, vertical orientation keep it top, and offset 96 pixel. And this image will be right here. Now let's go ahead and actually let's duplicate this image so it will be easier to add a image right after this image, right? And for this image, I need this image. It's called cartoon -1 select it, and let's position this one horizontal orientation left, offset 100 pixel, vertical orientation bottom, orientation 15 pixel. And this smiley image will be here. And do one thing, use this z-index type -1 because I want these small image to have less priority than the other contents. For example, if we select this, like if we drag this up using this vertical, as you can see, this image is going under this button. But if we reset this z-index, it will be over that button, okay? So make sure you keep it -1 so it won't interrupt with the other element. And this vertical orientation was 15, okay? Then let's add another image. Just duplicate this one, change the image. And for this one, I'm gonna select this one. This is called something like square -1, select. And here, keep the horizontal orientation to left and offset -250 pixel. Vertical to bottom and offset -74 pixel. And keep the z-index -1. And with this square image will be like this. Alright. Even though these are almost invisible, but it adds the depthness of your banner, okay? Alright, now we have added all the cute images. Now I want to do one more thing for our banner. I want to add some lightings and shadows, and it will make our banner really stand out. So let's go ahead. And one thing here, if you notice, okay, so let's go ahead. So first of all, I'm gonna actually close this banner section. Before this banner section, if we click on this plus icon, it will have some space to add elements. I'm gonna add a container, okay, and I'm gonna rename this container to shape or shape area. Okay, so for this shape area, let's make this direction to column or this vertical, and gaps make it 0. Now inside this shape area, let's add spacer, this widget. Alright, so first on this space, let's make it 545. Now let's go to the advanced, and we have this width here. Select the custom first, then here make this pixel, then here as well make it 545. Now I want to make this spacer position absolute. So as you know, it won't take any space now. Now let's position it. So first horizontal orientation, make it right, then offset type -40 pixel, then vertical offset, vertical orientation, keep it top, and offset -170. Then keep the z index -1. Alright, so as you can see, this spacer has been placed or positioned right here. And the thing is, the spacer widget doesn't have any style tab or any background option by default, right? So under this advanced tab, if you scroll down, we have this additional background option. If you open this, and here we have this background type. So I want a gradient type of background, so select this gradient. We will have multiple colors. So first color, let's make it AF6 DE6, then 2 6. And yeah, this code is bigger than the normal ones, because if you notice this, I added 2 more code to make it semi-transparent like this. Okay, now let's close this one, and on the secondary color, I want to make it fully transparent like this. If you drag this slider all the way to the left, it will be fully transparent. Okay, now in this type, select this radial. So what this does, I'll actually show you the example. So for now, I'm making this color a little bit bolder so you can see. So by default, it was the linear, and it is the most used one in the gradient color. Notice how this linear type is looking and versus this radial. This radial is actually making the whole gradient in a circle like this. Okay, so this is the exact thing we need right here. Alright, so let's bring back the color. Although we can barely see this spacer gradient, but it's adding the lighting or the shadow effect on this banner. Okay, and now we need another spacer. So simply I'm gonna duplicate this one, and from the advanced tab, position this one. So horizontal orientation left, offset -180 pixel, vertical orientation top, offset 153, and this shadow or the gradient color will be right here, giving our banner a bloomy effect. So our banner is finally complete with all the elements and nice effects. Now I'm going to show you how you can make the banner fully responsive for tablet and mobile device. First, let's check the tablet mode by clicking here. In the tablet screen, our banner is kind of looking like this, and on the mobile screen, it's looking like this. But we will actually make it look a lot better. So first of all, let's open this. So first of all, select this banner section, this container, and on the advanced tab, we'll change the padding here. So unlink it and make it 230, 120, and 30 pixel. So we have fixed the padding for the tablet mode. Now everything is looking good, but this image is messing up here. So let's select this call one container, and from the advanced tab, we can actually simply leave some space on the bottom, like 50 pixel, or a little bit more, 80 pixel. Okay, now it's actually looking all perfect. But also, if you want, you can change the text size and make it little bit smaller to like 53 pixel. Also for this one, like I'm targeting the bigger text only, 53, and it's all looking perfect. Alright, now let's check the mobile mode. In the mobile mode, everything is by default looking good, but let's make it perfect. First of all, select the text here, this first text, we can change it to like 45, also this one 45, but as you can see the 45 pixel is not the perfect because one word is breaking down to the other line, so maybe 41 is perfect. So let's change it to 41. Now let's select this one, this text, we can make it like 23 pixel and it's looking good. Now also this text needs to be decreased in size. Let's make it 15 pixel. And of course we can change the button size, like select the button from this style typography 20 pixel and decrease the padding a little bit. Fifteen 35 is looking good. Also this one as well. Fifteen 35. Okay, looking good, but we can also select this spacer and decrease the size in the mobile mode. Good. And also one thing I notice here that our image is little bit disaligned, so select this. From the advanced, we can just manually realign this. Like this, alright? And let's decrease this space a little bit, so from the col 1, and here we have added the 80 pixel, but let's make it like 20. Yeah, it's looking perfect. Alright, so we have successfully made our banner section fully responsive. And don't worry about this empty space because we're gonna add the header here later, okay? So let's now go back to the desktop mode. And now let's move ahead and go to our next section. So here let's close our banner section and go to the add elements and add a container. Let's rename this container. Our next section will be our nice about section. So about section. And one thing, this container is our custom CSS container. So let's just rename this one to custom CSS. So you always know this container is the custom CSS, and I'm gonna always keep this one all the way to the end. Okay. So after the banner section, we have our about section container. So first of all, let's make this direction to row. By the way, I'm working on this about section. Then go to the advanced tab, then go to the advanced tab and unlink the padding. Then on the top 157, 30, 180 and 30 pixel. Now let's add more container inside this, and let's rename this one col 1 because this is the left side container. Just renaming to organized, just renaming these container so you can follow it step by step without any confusion. Okay, so for this col 1's width, I'm gonna make it 54%. It'll like this. Now let's make this direction to row. Now let's make this direction to column and justify content center. Now inside this one, I want an image. Now let's select an image, which is this one first. Alright, now go to the style of this image, make this align to the left and make the width, select the pixel, then type 440. Now I want another image after this. Then select the image. This time I'm gonna select a person's image, similar to the banner section that we have like this. Okay. So first go to the advanced and choose this width to full width. Then make this image position absolute. Then let's position it horizontal orientation to left, offset -68, vertical orientation to top, offset 42, and it will be filled like this. So simply we are done with this col 1 for the left side. Now let's add another container which will be col 2, and let's make this container's width to 46%. Then make the direction to column, and inside this one, let's drag this structure here. Inside this one, add a heading widget. Change the text to about me, then go to style. Let's make the typography to man rope. Font size 56, font weight 700, and line height, select EM, then 1.7. Now the thing is, you see, for every text we have to select the font family, size and all, which is really repetitive, and we can actually fix that using our global settings. And not only for the text, there is a lot of things which is repetitive, like on any container's layout we have to manually make it 0, then manually make it padding 0. So we can easily fix this repetitive stuff using our global settings. So let's go ahead and quickly change our global settings before we continue. To go to the global settings, click on this site settings, and on this panel we will have so many options, but we actually need few of them. Like, let's go to the global colors first, and by default you can see we're having like primary, secondary, text and accent. We can just change this color based on our website theme. Okay, so first this one I'm gonna make it actually fully white. For the secondary, I'm gonna make it CCC CCC. Then for the text, let's make it B8 B8 B8. Then finally for the accent, let's make it fully black. Okay, now click on this save changes, then click on this back icon to go back to here. Now let's click on this global fonts, and in the global font we have the same like primary, secondary and all. So let's click on this primary, and for the font family I'm gonna search Anek and select this Anek Bangla, and for the size let's give it a size 56, then keep the weight 600, which is most common. Then the line height, let's make it 1.5 em. After that let's set up the secondary. For this one let's search man rope. Alright, so that's it for this. Alright, now let's close it, and for this text make the typography man rope, and for the last one accent I'm gonna make it Anek. Alright, now let's save the changes. Alright, so we're done with color and fonts. Now I'm gonna set up some layout settings for our whole page. Okay, so if you scroll down you will find this layout. In the layout, first of all, make the container padding 0 and then gaps 0. After making it, on every container we add in our page builder, it will have padding 0 and gaps 0. So we don't have to put padding and gaps 0 manually every time. Okay, now scroll down a little bit and open this breakpoints. So in the breakpoints, currently we have the desktop, tablet and mobile. If you want, you can actually add more stuff. Like if you click on this plus icon, you get to see this laptop or widescreen. For now I'm gonna add the laptop, and let's save the changes. Now it's saying after the modification you should reload the page, so let's simply reload the page. Now it's currently looking a little bit messed up, but if you close this site settings it will be all good. Alright, now let's continue our heading here. So we have done everything in this heading, but I want this text to be gradient color. So you know what to do, just go to the advanced, and from this page we can just copy this text BG class, then put it here, then put it here. It will be gradient color, and I want the shadow also on this text, so shadow here, font hyphen shadow, and it will have a shadow. And now I want to leave some space on the bottom here, so let's use this margin, and on the bottom 12 pixel. And actually one thing, let's go back to the style, and on the typography, instead of this man rope, let's select this Anek font, and it will be actually a little bit bolder, and it's good. Now after this heading, let's add a text editor, and change the text here. Then let's go to the style, and here you can see it by default selects the text which is from global colors. If you click this, you can see the primary, secondary, text and accent. We basically set up the color in the globals, right? So we don't have to type the code again and again in this color picker, right? And same is for the typography. This is selected as text, and if you click this main row font is already selected in that. All right, cool. So we just have to click on this text and all will be there. All right, so after this text editor, let's add a container. Then let's make it direction to row and gaps 32. Then go to the advanced and unlink the padding, then make it 28 just on the top. Then inside this container, let's add more container, and I'm gonna rename this one item. Now inside this item, let's add a heading, and I'm gonna change this heading to 4+. Then let's change the typography of this text, and it's already unique. I just have to change the font size, and the line height is okay. Now I want this text to have the gradient background like this. So actually for this smaller text, to add gradient background on a smaller text, we need some other code that is on this site. So if you scroll down, you'll find this alternative gradient background for hover effects. Just get this code, and inside the code base, let's add it. Now we have to get this codes class, right? So if you scroll down, you'll find this text -bg-2. Copy this, and now inside this 4+ text, add the class, and you see it is having the gradient color. Alright, so after this text, I want a text editor. So let's add it right after this. Change the text, then let's make the text color to fully white, or we can just select this primary to make it white. And typography, select text, and we can make it 60 pixel, and line height 1.7. Alright, now I want to do a thing. Select this item container, and under the layout, inside the width, you can select this pencil icon which is custom, and inside this input, if you type max width, you see this container width has been decreased according to how much space these inner contents are taking. So basically this container is only taking the space it needs, but when we remove this max width, you see it is trying to take all the space of this area, right? So keep it max width. Alright, and now after this container, I want to add a new container. So just add it here. Make sure you add it right after this item container. Alright, so for this container, I'm gonna rename border. Okay, now inside this border, let's add a spacer widget. First of all, make the space 32 pixel, and then go to the advanced, then on the custom width, make the custom first, then select pixel and type 1. And now scroll down and open the background. Then as a background color, let's add 525252. And now basically what this spacer is doing, if we close this, we can see it is adding a border after this item, right? Because I'm gonna add more items like this after this, so this border is adding a nice separation to it. And one thing, just select this border container and make this custom width and max width. And as you know, this will only take the space it needs. Then make it justify content, and overall if we close this border will look like this. Now let's add more items like this. So select the item, let's close this, select the item and duplicate this. I want one more, so duplicate. So we have 3 of them here, and I need 2 borders. We need 2 borders between 3 elements, right? So let's duplicate the border as well. So we have 2 border containers and 3 item containers. I'm gonna drag this border right after this item like this. Okay, and this border right after this item. So now let's see how it looks. And yeah, you can see it's nicely separating the items like this. Okay, and now I'm just gonna change all the contents from each items. So for the second one, make it 500 plus, and for this text editor, change it to this. Then the last one to this, and the text to this, and it's looking like this. Great. Alright, so after this container that is holding all these contents, I'm gonna add another container. So first of all, on this container, go to the advanced. Let's add some padding on the top, 56. You will leave some space like this. First of all, let's make this direction to row, and let's make the align items center and gaps 20 pixel. Then go to the advanced tab. Then let's add some padding on the top, 56, and it will add the padding on the top, and it will add the space on the top like this. Now inside this container, let's add a button, and let's change the button text. I'll make it download CV. So by clicking on this button, anyone should get your CV, right? So if you have your CV in a form of files like PDF or anything, you can just upload it anywhere like in the Google Drive and add the Google Drive link in this button's link. So that is one way to give your CV. But we have another way which is really great. People can click on this button to download the CV directly on their device. Like right after clicking on this button, the CV should be downloading. I'll show you that when we go to our WordPress dashboard, because we have to go to the WordPress dashboard to show you that. So once we're done finishing the amazing design, I'll go to the dashboard to do the other settings. That time I'll show you the trick. Okay, now let's move on to style this CV button. So instead of doing all the settings manually, we can just scroll up and copy the style from this button, because the button style will be same as this one. So we can just right click, copy it, and right click here and paste style. So it will just paste the style and the content will be same. Okay, cool. But for this one, we want the icon as well. So in the icon, since this is a download button, I want this down arrow one. So select this and we'll have this. But for this one, I feel like we have to decrease the size of this button. So from the style, we can decrease the padding. Instead of the 42, make it 25 on the right, 25 on the left. Perfect. Now after this button, I want to add another widget, which will be social icons. And select this one, social icon, and drag it here. So by default, we will have some icon like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. So I'm gonna delete this YouTube one and add new item. So to change the content, click on this icon library, and I'm gonna add Instagram. So search Instagram. You'll find this icon, just select this icon and insert. And this item will be changed to Instagram. And also you can drag this Instagram to the top like this, and it will be aligned like this. Now let's go ahead and style this. And one thing from here, instead of this rounded, select this circle, and the icons will be circle like this. Now let's go to the style. First of all, select this custom color, and on the primary, make it fully black like this. And for the secondary, make this fully white. Then we have the sizes and padding. Let's make the size 18 pixel. Basically, this is the icon size. Then padding, select the pixel first, then 15 pixel, and spacing 24, and keep the rows gap 0. Now I want to make this style really special, so for that we have the code as well. If you scroll down, you'll find the social media icon style with gradient background CSS. Okay, so copy this code, paste it into the code base. Now you'll get some CSS class, this one, social media icon style with gradient CSS class. Copy this social, and yeah, paste it into this CSS classes. And you see, these icons are having gradient border. How cool is that? And with this, we're basically done with our amazing about section. It's looking pretty nice. Just one thing to do is check the responsiveness. So as you can see, after doing the global settings, we get these new breakpoints, which is laptop. So in the laptop, basically it's looking fine, but little bit changes, like change the font size a bit from this style. For this one, let's make it like 48, and for these ones we can just make it 30, this one 30 as well, and this 30. And on this paragraph text, let's make it 50. So I'm just gonna copy it and paste the style so it will be really quick. Alright, so perfect in the laptop mode. Now let's check the tablet mode. In the tablet mode, looks like we cannot fit it like this, like one column on the left, one column on the right. We have to make it upside down. We have to make it top and bottom. So first of all, select this about section, and if we select this direction to column, it will be like top and bottom like this. But we have to make it 100%. Select this call one, and instead of this 54%, make it 100%. And also for this call 2, make it 100%. This one's looking perfect, but we can little bit work on this one manually. So select this image, this second image, and from the advanced tab we can change the position a bit, like really manually. Keep it whatever is looking good. Alright, so this alignment looks good to me. On the horizontal offset minus 114 and vertical offset 31. Alright, perfect. Now let's check the mobile mode. Alright, it has quite a bit of work. So first of all, start from the start from the about section, go to the advanced, and let's change the padding a bit. I'll link it on the top, 75, then 20, 75, and 20. Alright, so once again we have to manually like align this one. It's looking good. Now for this one, of course, and here we can see there is actually too much space between these items. So this space is caused by, I think, these borders. Let's close it and make it cleaner looking. So these are the individual items, and as you can see, this border are making it longer. You see, if you notice, we have to fix this border. So instead of the vertical border right now in this mobile mode, we have to make this border horizontal like this, right? So select this first border. Inside this border we have spacer. So on the content, the space is like a vertical spacing. We're gonna make it only 1. And on the advanced, this is custom width, which is horizontal spacing. We'll make it 100, select %. So 100%. Okay. So now this border is nicely horizontal. So I'm just gonna copy this spacer, and on the second border spacer, let's paste the style. Amazing. And now in the mobile screen as well, our about section is looking perfect. Alright, now let's go back to the desktop mode. So now, before moving to the next section, let's see how our website is looking like. So first, let's publish our page. Make sure you publish quite often when you're working in the Elementor page builder, because you don't want to lose anything when you are building your page, right? So let's publish. Now if we go to our front-end website tab and refresh, you can see our website is looking like this. A moment before it was looking empty and nothing, versus now how it's looking. And one thing before moving to the next section, I want to add some separation between this banner section and this about section. You see this empty space? We want to add something on there. So let's go back here, and actually we will add really amazing stuff in this space. So first of all, let's close all these and make it clean. So since I want to add something before this about section, so we can just click on this plus, and this space will appear here, and we can add anything we like from the widgets. So let's take a container and let's rename this container marquee. Yes, we will add a marquee. Let's rename it marquee single. We'll add 2 of them, so this is single, this is 1. So first, make sure you make this full width. Then I want to use this min height to 104 pixel. Then make this direction to column and justify content center. Then inside this, let's add a widget, search icon list. You'll get this one, add it here. Now you'll see some contents here by default. First of all, I'm gonna delete all of these. We cannot delete the first one, so we have to change it. Let's make it design. And as an icon, I'm gonna choose the SVG upload, and from our library, select this icon. This is called something like star-1011. Select this, and this will be loaded as an icon of this text. And now what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna duplicate this item. I'm gonna keep duplicating until I get like 12 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Now I'm gonna change all the contents in here. So first of all, in the second one, let's make it development. And I'm actually change all of these contents and come back to you in a moment, because as you can see, it will take a while to change all of these. Alright, so I have changed all of these contents in here. Now we have quite a variation in these items. Now first let's make it layout to inline, and all will be aligned inline. Now let's go to the style tab, and in this space between, let's make it 50 pixel. Then open the icon, this icon drop down, and keep it white primary. Then let's change the icon size here, 48 pixel. Then gaps 35 pixel. Now let's open this text. Then you can select this primary, and let's open the typography. Just change the size to 36, and it's good. Then on this color, this text color, let's make it to 181715. So basically it will be a black type of color, but currently we cannot see the black color because the background is also black. But of course we will make this whole section white, so it will be good. Now let's go to the advanced and make the padding 23 on the top, 23 on the bottom. Now it's time to add some custom code. Go to the JFD website, and you'll find this Marquee animation CSS. Just copy this big chunk of code, paste it into our code base, and let's get some classes. First this one, Marquee content. Put this Marquee content class on this icon lists CSS classes. And right after we added this class, you can see some icons are moving, but we cannot see everything properly. So if we scroll down, we have this background color. Open the background, and let's make this background fully white, FFF white, and it's looking like this. But right now it's like a gray background color, right? But it's not actually showing its true color. If we close this, you can see it is fully white. Sometimes bugs happens in the page builder, so we can just update the page, and after updating, just refresh the whole page, and it will be simply fixed. So currently we get this nice Marquee, all of the items and text moving to the left side like this. It looks quite appealing. Now what I'm gonna do is select this Marquee single, go to the advanced tab. If you scroll down, you'll find this transform. In the transform, you'll find this rotate, and basically we'll rotate this whole section. So if we use this slider, we can actually rotate it manually, but I'm gonna actually put a value 8 pixel, and it will be rotated to this degree. Okay, so this is our first one, but I want another one, like another Marquee single right here. So simply just let's duplicate. It's looking like this, but we have to set up some things here. So first of all, for the second one, go to the advanced tab, unlink the margin, then on the top minus 104. It will be moved up like this. Then from the rotate, it should be rotated to the other direction. So instead of the 8, make it minus 8. Okay, like this. But one problem is that we can see every, like, on both Marquee, the text and contents are moving on the left side, but we want to move it right side for the second one. So we can just go to JFD website and copy this marquee right, copy, and open this second marquee's icon list. Then from the advanced, with this marquee content, add a space here, then add that code, and it will start to go to the right side. But one problem we can see, this is like behaving weirdly. It's leaving some space on this left side. So to fix that, scroll up and unlink this margin. Then just on the left side, type minus 3000. I know it's a big number, but as you can see, it fixes the issue. And right now, if you ask me, this is looking super cool. Like, this single thing is making our website really unique, right? And of course, this section is already kind of responsive, so we don't need to do anything. But of course, in the tablet or mobile mode, we can change the content size and text size, right? So let's quickly do this. So for the first one, go to the style, open the text, then in the typography, let's make it 28. And actually I want to change the icon size as well. So in the icon, instead of this 48, we can make it 38, and it's looking really nice. Then, and for the second one as well, just make the text size 28 and icon size 38. Perfect. Then let's check it on the mobile mode, how it looks. It's actually looking kinda fixed already. So luckily we don't have to do anything in the mobile mode. Alright, so let's go back to the dashboard. So we have our cool marquee here. And as I said, it is giving a really cool transition. How cool, okay? Great. And now let's go ahead and make our work section. In that section, we will showcase our projects and works, okay? And this one will be a cool one. So first of all, I want to add it after this about section. Add a new container here. Let's rename this one works section. And then I'm gonna bring down this custom CSS here. So let's work on this work section. Alright, so first of all, let's make this direction to row. Then I'm gonna make this wrap to wrap. And I want to make this work section background color a little bit different than the others. So let's add a color manually. On this tile, in the background type, select a color 1E, 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 this color. After that, go to the advanced, unlink the padding. In the padding, 105, 30, 107, and 30 pixel. Then let's scroll down and we have the CSS ID, not CSS class. In this ID, I'm gonna type portfolio. But why? Let's scroll up a bit, and from the banner, we have made this button, right? If we click on this button, you see it is taking us to that portfolio section. Because why? In this button, we have put this portfolio ID name. And then when we are making this portfolio section or this work section, we typed the exact same ID in here. Alright, so this is how it works. And similarly, we have added this contact section button and put this contact ID. It will work same as this one. Alright, so let's continue here. So we have added the ID. After writing the ID, let's make the z-index 1 to make sure every side element is under this section. Alright, now let's add a new container in this work section. Then make it full width. Then make this direction to row and make the padding 0. Then let's add another container, and I'm gonna actually rename this container call1, and let's make this call1 containers with 75. Now inside this container, I want to add a heading. Let's change the heading to this explore my works, and I actually want this to be like this. So let's copy this and paste the style here. But we have to change the font size of it. So from this style, make it primary, and in the typography, secondary, and in the typography, make it 700, which is bold, and in the typography, make it 700, which is bold, and it will look like this. Now after this, let's add a text editor under this text. Now of course change the text to this, but let's go to the advanced tab, and on this width make it custom, and here select pixel and type 503. Then it will be this size. And one thing actually, from the style of this text, make the typography 70 pixel, so it will be little bit bigger and look good. And the line height we can make it 1.6. So let's add another container after this call one and rename this call 2, and this call 2 should be 25%. Let's drag it here. So in the call 2 I'm gonna add a button, single button, change the text to this view all, and this button will be so much unique than the other ones. And for this one, let's select an icon, which will be this one, then make the icon position to this end. Then let's go to the style and make this to primary, and font size, let's make it 22, font weight 500, and line height 22. Make sure this is 22 pixel, not em. Then let's add a background, so select the accent, which is fully black, but on the hover make the background color transparent. Okay, then let's make the border radius 100 pixel, and it will be like this right now, but it will be a really unique button after we paste our custom code. So let's go to the advanced, and first let's make this align self to the end. Now let's go to our JFD website, and we have the button CSS. If you scroll down, we have this large spare button CSS. Copy the whole code from here, add it in the code, and copy the class of it, btn-h. Paste it here, and as you can see, this button has been changed to a large spare button. But for this button, we want the style of this button, like a bordered but inside a black. So we can copy the style from this one. In the advanced, it has the BTM black. So for this button as well, I want that class. So before this button H, put that class, and it will be cool like this with the hover effect. Alright, so we are done with this upper part of our work section. And after this container, let's add another container. And I'm gonna rename this one work box, because inside this container we will keep all of our work details and informations. So inside this container, so for this container, first of all, make sure you make this full width, then direction to row, then gaps 130 pixel. Then make this wrap to wrap, and the padding only count and only top 60 pixel. Now inside this, let's add another container, and I'm gonna rename this one work item, and this let's make 35%. Then direction to column and wrap, make it wrap. Then go to the advanced and padding 0. And now inside this container, let's add a container and rename this content. Then in this content container, let's make the direction to row, and wrap, let's make it to wrap. And lastly, in the advanced tab, padding 0. And now here I want to add an image, so let's add it here, and this image will show our project or screenshot of project. So let's select one. For the first one, let's select this. It'll be here. Now let's go to the style tab, and let's use this height and make it 120 pixel. And let's make this object fit cover, so this image will cover the whole content. And then keep this object position to center. Then go to the advanced and make the margin 22 on the bottom. And now after this image, I want to add a container. Add it here. So make sure it's after this image and under this content. Then let's make this container's width 80%. Now inside this, let's add a heading and change the title to this. So basically this is the project name. Now let's go to the style, keep the color white, and typography, select the secondary and make the font size 24 pixel, font weight 500, and line height, select the EM, then 1.3. Now go to the advanced, and on the margin on the bottom, I'm just gonna leave some space in here, 5 pixel. Then after this text, add another heading, change the text to this. Go to style, and for this one's color, I'm gonna select the secondary color, and it will have a gray type of color. Then on the typography, select it as text. Just in here, change the size to 60 pixel, and we are good here. And now after this container, I mean container after this image, this container, after this I want another one, so click add new container and make this one 20 pixels. And after making it 20 pixel, it will be right here. And inside this little container, let's add a widget which is icon. Add this icon widget. With this widget you can showcase an icon, so let's select it from the SVG. I'm gonna select this one. Then let's go to the style tab and make the alignment center. Then on the icon size, this is the icon size, make it 27 pixel and it will appear like this. So basically we're done with this one single item, which is our project. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this content and duplicate it, and it will appear here. But we can see we need some space between these two content. So on this one, on this content, maybe let's add 50 pixel of margin. And now we want more images on the right side, right? So first of all, let's select this work item, but in the advanced tab, I'm gonna use this size and select this grow. So whenever you're selecting the grow, this whole container is taking as much space it can. And now I'm gonna select this work item and duplicate it. After duplicating, we're gonna have another work item on the right side. Cool, now we have to just change the images and other contents. So let's quickly do it. Alright, so I have changed all the contents and images. Now it's looking pretty amazing. So here basically we have this button, right, like view all. By clicking on this button, people are supposed to go to a page that they can see all the project at once, right? But since this is a single page portfolio, we don't have any other page. We can just link this button to our Fiverr, Upwork profile or Dribble profile. And if you want, you can of course create a dedicated page for your project or works. All right. And we have also this single items like single project. By clicking on this project, you can link any real project into this. You can link it to the image by clicking on this link. By this link, you can select this custom URL to put any link on this image or any title or in this button. So basically you can link your real project into all of these items. All right. So everything looks perfect. Now it's time to make our section fully responsive. So let's start with the laptop mode. In the laptop mode, actually everything looks perfect. But if you want, you can select this work box, and we have a really high gaps in here. We can just make it maybe 80 pixel and it's looking really fine. Now in the tablet mode, the same thing. Maybe we can make it 50 pixel and it will be fine. But we can actually change the text sizes, like this heading section title. We can just decrease the font size to like 46, and for this paragraph 16 pixel. And of course we have to change the button text. It's looking really ugly, so maybe we can make it 16. Yeah, it's looking good. And of course these, we can make it 20 pixel is good, and this one 16, it's okay. But still we can make it 14 pixel. So let's just copy this fixed text and paste it, paste the style. I'm gonna do it really quickly. All right. And one thing in this work section, we can change this padding, which is really high right now. Let's make it 75, 20, 75, 20 pixel. All right. So it's perfect on the tablet mode. Now let's check the mobile mode. In here, everything looks fine actually. Let me check. Yeah, this heading should be a little bit smaller. 36 is good and everything else is good. But if we scroll down, we can see we have added some margin, I mean padding. Let's just remove it here. for this work item 2. Okay, and now everything looks perfect. Alright, now let's go back. We have completed our amazing work section. Alright, now after this work section, next I want to add the marquees here as well. So first let's take a container and I'm gonna rename this marquee section. Then let's use this min height and make it 400 pixel. Then let's make the direction to column and justify content center. Let's go to the advanced tab and let's make the padding 75 on the top, 115 on the bottom. Alright, now let's go to the top here. So these two marquees are called marquee single. I'm just gonna copy both like this. That you can hold Control and select both like this. Then right click and copy. Then in this new section, just paste it. And it will be like this. And of course, I want this custom CSS to go on the bottom like this. Alright, so we have this marquee section, but I want to change the contents of this marquee because this is the first one and it has a certain kind of content like skill based. It's skill based like web design, development and other things, and this should be for our client's name. So I'm just gonna quickly change the contents here. Alright, I have changed all the contents and this is now a different content for this second marquee. And by the way, if you see this like empty white part, you can just increase the items in here and it should be fixed. Like I'm increasing randomly this one, and this one. I'm just increasing the part, but make sure you like align it randomly so it will look good. Alright, so our second marquee is looking good after this work section. And I saw the emptiness in this first one also, so let's quickly increase the items. And shuffle it. Alright, now we should not see any empty glitches or something. Alright, so it's looking good. Now let's move ahead to the next section, which will be our services section. So here let's take a container and rename this one services section. And let's close this one and drag this custom CSS down here. But here I feel this marquee section is giving us some distraction. So for now, I'm gonna use this eye icon and hide that marquee section for now. I'll just enable it after we make this services section. Okay. So first on the services section, let's make this column. Then go to the advanced and on the padding 72, 30, 160 and 30 pixel. Then inside let's take a container and let's make this pixel 340 pixel of width. Now inside this container let's add a heading. Change the heading services that I provide. After that, go to the style and make the alignment to the right and it will look like this. Then the typography, select primary and make the width 700 and line height, select the EM 1.3. Now go to the advanced tab and let's add some margin on the bottom, 12 pixel. Now I want this text to be gradient colored, so let's add a class. So you always have the class in this page, text BG, edit here, and I want the shadow as well, the subtle shadow, this one, font shadow, the class name. Alright, great. Now I want to add an image after this heading and I'm gonna do a cool thing here. So let's select the image. If you scroll down, you will find this image. This is called vector 1. Select this one first. Then after this, let's add another image. And for this one, select this. This is called line-2. And then let's select this first image, this star image. Then go to the Advanced tab, make it position absolute. Then make the horizontal orientation to left and offset 15. Then vertical to bottom and offset 35. Then select the second image and come to the Advanced tab, then position absolute, horizontal to left and offset 15 pixel, then vertical to bottom, offset 35. And this two image will be merged like this. But I want this image, this second one, let's make this horizontal to 20, and let's select this first image, scroll down and make this Z index to 2. So this second image will be hidden after that first image, okay? And let's make it actually 22, and it's looking pretty nice. So this is just a simple design for our section title here. Alright, now after this heading, let's add a new container after this container. So add new container. So first on this container, make this content width to boxed, and on this width, make it 1000 pixel. Then let's go to the advanced and margin on the top. Let's add 35. And now inside this container, I want to add a widget which is called tabs. Let's add it here. Alright, so first of all, here we have some items in the tab section. These are basically individual tabs like tab 1, tab 2, tab 3. And in this area, you can add any widgets like any text, image, anything. Then if you switch to the other tab, this area is showing for this other tab. So basically you can switch the group of items or content using these tab buttons, okay? So here we have these tab buttons name. First I'm gonna delete all these and keep one, and as you can see we have only one tab here. So I'm gonna change the tab title here to my own text. After, let's add a new tab. Then for this title I'm gonna make it this, then add another one and make this title this, and we need the final one and change the title. Okay, so basically we're having 4 tabs here, and for 4 tabs we'll add 4 groups of content inside here. But before that, let's do some settings and style these tab filters. Okay, so first of all, we have this direction. Let's make this direction to after. So these contents will be on the left side and the filter buttons will be on the right side. After, let's go to the tab again. Okay, after this justify content, let's make it center. Then this width, let's make it 60%. Then let's go to the style, and under these tabs, first let's make this gap between tabs 42 pixel. Then we have this background. I want to make this background fully transparent like this, so we can only see the text, okay, not the background. But we can see the background on hover. If you notice here, we're having some dark hover right here. So let's switch to the hover, and we can see there is a black color. We'll make this transparent as well. And also the active, switch to active and make it transparent. And now we can see there is no background on hover, active or normal, okay? Now let's make this border type to solid. Then unlink the border, and just on the bottom, let's make it 1 pixel. Alright, after we have this border color, let's make it fully white. Then we have to repeat the process. Go to the hover, make the border solid, 1 pixel on the bottom, color white. And for the active also, border solid, 1 pixel, white color. Alright, now every item is having a border. After that, we have this padding option. In the padding, just unlink, and on the bottom, 28 pixel. Then let's open this titles drop down, and in here we have this typography. First, let's make it secondary and make the size 32, make the weight 700, and line height, select EM, then 1.4. After the typography of this color, let's make it white, so primary. Then let's open this icon drop down. First, let's make the position to after because we want icon for the items. Then we have this spacing, let's make it 100, and color, let's make it transparent. For the other ones as well, like hover and active. And the thing is, we forget to add the icon on the item. So if we go back to the content, open an item, we can actually add icon in here. So as icon, I'm gonna select this one. All right, now let's add the icon for every one of them. All right, now we can see we are having the icons with the title. And one more thing here, let's make this align title to start. Okay, now it's looking like this. Now let's go to the advanced tab, and we need to add some custom code to make it really cool looking. So let's go to the JFD site, and if you scroll down, you'll find this gradient border for selected tabs and focused form inputs. Okay, so just grab this code, copy, paste it into our CSS code. And for this code, we have some class. For the tabs, we have this tabs class, and we will use this form later on the other section. So go back and on our tabs in the advanced, paste the CSS. And now look what happens. If we click on a title, it's giving us a super cool active effect. Like when a item is active, it is making the text color gradient and the border color gradient as well. And one more thing we can actually do, we can change the icon on the active as well. So if we go to the content again, open each item, open each items, and we have this active icon. This is the normal icon. We have choose this as the icon, and this is active icon. If we click on this, we can choose any of them. So for this one, I'm gonna select this one. Let's select it and look what happens. Now if we click on this, when it's active, the icon is also red like this, but when it's not active, the icon is the normal one. Okay, so let's quickly add the active icon on other items, this icon. So basically this tab widget has really attention to detail options, and this final one. All right, so now if we check, we're having a really cool active effect. Great. Now we have just made our filter buttons on the right side. It's time to make our real content. So as a content, actually, I'm gonna use single images. So let's go to the add elements, our widgets, and simply drag an image widget in here. And let's select an image. Let's select this one for the first image. And for this image, let's go to the style and make this width pixel, then type 256. Then let's use this height, make it 324. It will be like this. As you can see, this image has been stretched a little bit, so we can use this object fit to cover the entire ratio like this, and keep the object position to center. Okay, now I'd like to stylize this image a little bit, so let's go to the advanced and use this transform rotate to 70 pixel, and it will be rotated like this, and it looks simply stylized. Now we are having the content for this first tab. Let's switch to the second tab, and we have nothing in here. So what actually I'm gonna do is copy this image, and in this tab, second tab, paste it, and only change the image. So for this one, I'm gonna select this one. Alright, now for the third one, paste the image, paste the widget, then change the image. We can select this one, and then finally the third one. For this one, let's select this one. Alright, so this is how you can put all of your services in a tab format which is super cool and really clickable. Like people want to click and see all of your service like this. And of course you can put any link on these tab buttons. For example, you put a link of your Fiverr gigs on this service. Like you can do brand identity design. So when anyone click on this, it will take them to that specific Fiverr gig. Or you can do the app development, UI UX. So this is a really nice way to show your services. So now it's time to make our services page responsive. So in the laptop mode, it's perfect, nothing we have to do. So in the tablet, it will be really easy to fix. So first of all, select the services section and let's decrease the padding a little bit. I'll link the padding. Then on the right, 30 pixel. On the bottom, 120. On the left, 30. Okay. Now simply let's change the text size on the bigger text. Like 45 is looking good. And also one thing, let's select this container, and let's make the width only 300 and it will be aligned here like this. Alright, after that we can fix this really easily. First on this image, make the width 200 and height 300. Then let's change the contents, let's change the title sizes. So in the style of this tab, open the titles and typography. We can make it 20 pixel. And one thing I'd like to do is on the tabs and on the content, let's make this width to 50% and all will look perfect. Alright, so we're done with the tab mode. Now let's check on the mobile mode. Alright, so in here, by default, you can see how this mobile mode tab is being like under this title itself, it's showing the image. If we open this one, it shows this image under that or this image, but we don't want that. So simply what you're gonna do is open this additional settings, and on these breakpoints, as you can see, this is selected as mobile portrait. So in the mobile mode, it's gonna be like this, but we don't want that. We make it none, and it's currently looking like this. But on the tabs, if you select this direction to below, these filters will be on the below. But one issue we are facing is these titles are too big or small, right? So to fix that, go to the style and open the icon, and in the icon we have this big spacing 100 pixel. Let's make it to 10 pixel and it will be like this. And one thing we want to open is tabs, then increase the distance from the content like this. You can just make it 50 and it's perfect. And also you can see the other images are still big, so you can just simply copy this good image and paste the style on the other ones. Alright, perfect. So we're done with this services section and it's looking really amazing. Now let's turn on our marquee section because we have turned off it before. Alright, so our marquee is back, our services section is done. Now let's move ahead to the next one, and it will be our pricing section. Alright, so let's take a container and rename this one our pricing section. Then let's make a direction to row and gaps 25 pixel and wrap, make it wrap. Now I want to add a separated color on this section as well. So go to the style and select the color, make it 1E, 1E, 1E. And then let's make the padding 132, 30, 140, and 30 pixel. And here let's leave an ID for our pricing page, pricing. So we can put any link on a button on this section. We'll decide it later. Alright, now inside this, let's take a container and let's make the margin of it 35 on the bottom. Then I want a heading here. Actually, the heading will be same as this about me. So we can just copy this one, simply paste here. But of course, let's change the text here. This will be pricing plan. Then go to the style and make the alignment to the center. Alright, now it's centered. Now after this container, let's add another container, and I'm gonna rename this one card, because this will be a single pricing card. And let's go here and make this width 25%. And at this point, I'm gonna duplicate this card container and make it 3 like this. And let's work on this left side first. Go to the style tab, open the border and make it solid. Then make the border width 1 pixel on all sides. Then make the border color 3D, 3D, 3D. Now let's go to the advanced tab and make the padding. Keep it linked and make all the sides 33 pixel. And now I want a CSS code for this single card. So if you scroll down here, you'll find this gradient border for CSS boxes and button CSS. Let's copy the whole code, paste the code in the code base, and let's get the style, this price box, and put it into this card. Now what happens if we close it? Initially the box is like this with a gray border, but when you hover over it, you can see we are having a nice gradient color wrapping around the card, which is cool. Now let's go ahead and start adding the items inside our pricing card. So first of all, I'm gonna add a heading. This heading will say pay as you go. Then let's go to the style and make this primary color. Then make this text typography and change the font size to 16, font weight to 700, and line height to 1.2. Alright, after that, let's add a container right up this text like this. Now let's make that direction to row and align items to the end. Now let's go to the advanced and on the margin, 20 on the top and 30 on the bottom. Now inside this container, let's add some heading. First of all, let's change it to $200. So basically you can see this is a price. Now let's go to the style, and for the color, let's make it EB5939. Then typography, let's make it, actually for this text, I want to use a different font family. I'm searching Montserrat font and you will find this one. Select this, then let's make the size to 37 and weight, I'm gonna make it really bold. You can choose this 800 extra bold. Then the line height, let's make it 1 EM. Then after this 200 text, let's add another heading in here, and of course let's change the text. I'm gonna make it /per month. Then let's go to the style, and for this text I'm gonna keep it wide, but in the typography I'm gonna use another font which is Poppins, and let's make the size 15 pixel and font weight 400. The line height 23 pixel. Then let's go to the padding and make it 5 on the left to add some space on the left side. Alright, after this, after this container, let's add a spacer. Add it here like this. It will be after this container. And then let's make the spacer space 1 and go to the advanced, make the margin 0, then scroll down, and I want to add a background color, but I want to add a gradient color. So select the gradient. For the first color, make it FF3 BCE, then keep the location 0, and on the secondary color, let's make it 3BA7FB and keep the location 100% here. Then let's make the angle 90 degree. Now if we take a look at it, here we basically made a border using the gradient background. So cool. And now after this spacer, let's add an icon list. Alright, after that, first let's delete all the icons from here and change the title for the first one. And as an icon, I'm gonna use the upload SVG, and from here I'm gonna select this one. Alright, now after creating the first one, let's copy it 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's quickly change the content on each of the items. Alright, I have changed the contents. Now let's go to the style tab to style all these. So first of all, let's make the space between to 20 pixel. Then let's open the icon drop down and keep the color white, and let's make the icon size 17 pixel. After that, we have this gap, let's make it 6. Then let's open the text tab. Then from the typography, let's first change it to Poppins, because in the pricing card we are using the unique fonts for the every contents. Okay, so Poppins for this. Then 14 pixel, keep it 400, and line height, select pixel and 22. Alright, now let's go to advanced and make the margin 30 on the top and 30 on the bottom, and let's use the size and select this grow. And by the way, I want to use the grow property on this card container as well. So from the advanced, just select this size grow, and this container will use as much space it can. And let's select the grow on the other containers as well, so it will be all same sized. Alright, so we can work in a real size here. Alright, so after this icon list, let's add a button widget. Add it here. Now let's change the text. Let's make it choose plan. Again, for this button you can actually put any link like your Fiverr account or any Fiverr gigs. So when anyone clicks this button or clicks this plan, it will link them to that specific linked page. So for this button, I want to make it really custom. So let's go to the style tab and let's make the typography font family Montserrat again. Montserrat. Size, I want to make it 12 pixel and weight 700. And I'm gonna use this transform to uppercase, and this button text will be fully uppercase. Then we have this line height. Let's make this 1 em. Alright, after that, alright, now let's make this border radius 100. Then let's make the padding 17, 40, 17 and 40 pixel. It will be this size, but let's go to the, actually from here on this position we can make it stretch and it will cover the whole space here. Now let's go to the, because I want to make this button fully custom, so here we have this BTN border gradient. Select this and just drop it here. And after pasting it, nothing happens, right? So we have to use this padding. Let's type 1, and as you can see, after adding the padding, we are having a nice gradient border around the button. Alright, so we have this nice border, but I want a background gradient on this button on hover effect. So let's go back to the style, and on the hover, we can actually simply select background type gradient. So for the first one, 3BA 7EB, and on the second one, FF3BCE. And let's make this angle to 90 degree, and it's looking really nice. Okay, but at the initial state I want this text color, the gradient as well. So let's go back to the JFT, and if you scroll down, you'll find this text with a gradient effect for buttons and form inputs. So copy it, put the code in the code base, and we have the class for it. Copy this btn-text-gradient, and in the button, after this btn border gradient, add the code. And at the initial state, we're having a gradient background text. Perfect. Now basically we're done with our single card. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the other cards, and instead I'm gonna duplicate this finished card. Alright, so we got the same cards here. Now let's change the text and content a little bit. For example, this one, change it to 300, and this one, change it to maybe like 350. It actually depends on you how you want to set your price plans. You have the option to change it to anything. You can add more features here, more features there. You're the in charge of these contents. Alright, so now let's check the responsive mode. In the laptop it's perfect. In the tablet mode, there is a really simple fix to it. Select the single card and instead of the 25%, make it 100%. And this card is fixed. Now we can do the same with this one. And the last one is automatically fixed, but we'll still maintain the sequence. Alright, now the tablet mode is fixed. If you want, you can make the text size smaller, but I think the text is looking good in this mode. And by the way, we can see this text is on the right side, so let's make it center. And now tablet mode is perfect. Now let's go to the mobile. In the mobile, it's really simple to fix. Just select the pricing section and decrease the padding. Let's make it 75, 20, 75 and 20 pixel. And we can decrease the margin of this container. Instead of this 35, we can make it 20 pixel. And I'd like to decrease the font size a bit, like 40 pixel is perfect. And I want to decrease the padding inside this card as well. So in the advanced, instead of the 33, we can make it 25. And it's looking really good. Alright, so our pricing section is completely done. And it's looking really amazing. Now let's go to the next section. Oh, by the way, I have to put the custom CSS all the way to the end. Alright, now let's go to the next section. Let's add a container. And now we will create our testimonial section. So rename this testimonial section. Then let's make this direction to row, and gaps, let's make it 18 pixel. Then let's make the wrap. Now let's go to the advanced tab, and I'm gonna make the padding 164, 30, 164 and 30 pixel. Then let's scroll down and give this section an ID, testimonial. Now inside this, let's add a container. Then let's rename this container top area. Then make this direction to row and go to the advanced. Make the margin 34 on the bottom and 8 pixel on the left. Now inside this, let's add another one, container. And this container, let's make it 70%. And inside this container, I want a heading same as this work section. So from here, we can just copy it and add it here. Change the text, what clients say about us. Then after this heading, I want the text editor. So we can actually copy that one as well. And change the text. Alright, but let's go to the advanced tab of this text and make the custom width 580 pixel. Alright, so after this container inside top area, I want to add another, and it will be here, but let's change it to 30%. And in this area, let's add a big round button. So we have a button already here. We can just take this one and add it here. Alright, so we just easily pasted our existing elements. Now let's go ahead and work on the main content here. So after this top area, let's add more container. And I'm gonna rename this container card. Then let's make it 40%. Then gap, make it 23. And let's make the direction to row. Then select a color for the background. Let's make it 1E, 1E, 1E. Then let's open the border, and I want to add a border radius into this box. So border radius should be 13 pixel. And then padding, let's make it 20 pixel. And keep the size grow. Now inside this card, let's add an image. And let's select that image. I'm gonna select this one. Go to the style of the image, make the alignment left, and make the width 154 pixel. Make the height 208, and make the object to cover, object position, center, and finally the border radius here, 14 pixel. Then go to the advanced tab and make the size grow. Now after this image, I want to add a container. Let's add it like this and drag this image to the top like this, like before this container, so it stays on the left side. Okay, so let's work on this container, and first let's make this justify center. Then go to the advanced, make the padding 24, 10 on the bottom. And now inside this container, let's add a text editor. Change the text to this. Then go to the style, select the text color to primary, which is white, and typography, let's make it text, but the font size, let's make it 20 pixel. And line height, select pixel and make it 28. Then go to the advanced tab, make the size grow. Now after this text editor, let's add a heading widget. Now change it to this and go to the style and make the text alignment right side. Then the typography, selected text, and the font size 14 pixel, weight 500, and line height 28 pixel. Then after this heading, I want another heading. Then change the text, make it align to the right as well. Then typography, select the text first, and the font size, let's make it 13 pixel, and line height 18 pixel. Now after this heading, let's add a star rating. Search rating and you will find this widget. Just add it here, and it will show some star icons. You can control the rating scale here like this, or you can type the rating like 4 out of 5, 4.5 out of 5. So this is very useful. And of course you can select the icon for the rating. It's actually really fun. You can choose any icon and make it to your rating system. Like we can select any icon and it will act like a rating. Alright, so let's undo and bring our star rating back. Now let's go to the style tab, make the size of it 15 pixel, then spacing 5. Then we have this color, let's make it FFB054. Then go to the advanced and unlink the margin, and on the top type -45, and this widget will be folded up on the top, aligning with this text. Okay, nice. Now let's grab this whole card and duplicate this one. Right, so basically it's looking like this. Now change the image for the second one. Let's select this one, and currently this is looking like this. So cool. So lastly, let's check the laptop mode. It's looking perfect, nothing to change. In the tablet mode, let's change it a bit. Simply we can grab this card and make it 100%, and it will be up and down. Alright, so perfect in the tablet mode. Finally, mobile mode. If we check, it's almost perfect, but we can do some things here. We can just select this image size and make it 100%. It will be like this. So let's copy this and paste the style here. Alright, looking so nice. And of course, let's change this text size like 16 pixel and line height 1.5 em. Copy and paste the style here just. And let's select this container and we can decrease the padding a bit. Actually, keeping no padding is good, like on the top 10, on the bottom 10. Alright, now finally what I can do is simply select this testimonial section, and for the mobile mode we have to change all the padding. It's necessary for all the sections. So let's unlink the padding and make it 75, 20, 75, and 20 pixel. Alright, perfect. So our testimonial is looking perfect in the mobile mode, tablet mode. So our testimonial section is looking perfect. And the next section we're gonna be making will be our blog section. So let's add our section here, new container. And rename this blog section. Then let's make the direction to column, and I want to add a background color for this section as well. So here 1E, 1E, 1E. Then let's go to the advanced and padding 124, 30 pixel, 132 pixel, and 30 pixel. And let's leave a ID of this section, blog. And then after this, let's add a new container. And here in this container, let's make this alignment to center, and let's make the margin 65 on the bottom. Then inside I want an heading, section heading, and a paragraph. So because we already have this heading and paragraph and we need exactly the same style, so why not copy and paste to save our precious time. And of course let's change the content and also for this paragraph. Alright, but one thing in this paragraph, let's go to the style and make this center, and it will be like this. Also you can make this center, but it doesn't matter. Alright, and now after this container, let's add a widget called blog posts. So after I have added this blog post, we can see this widget is automatically loading a post from our WordPress. So because we don't have any post created yet, this is just a dummy post, you can say. This is the title, hello world, and this is the little paragraph, little content. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this blog widget for now, and when we will make our posts from our dashboard, and after we create our blog posts, then I will style this blog post widget. Because if I do style it now, you won't understand its full potential, because this dummy post doesn't have any pictures, any tags or metadata. So it's best to make it later when we have some real post on our website. Alright, so for now we can leave this as it is, and we can move ahead to our last section in the home page, which is our contact section. So let's take a container and rename this contact section. And first of all, let's make it direction to column, and padding, let's make the padding 92, 30, 120, and 30 pixel. Alright, now inside this contact section, I want the section title, and I want the section title exactly as the services section's title. So we can just copy this whole container, copy the container like this, and just paste it here. So it will come up with that little unique style, that little images, and of course let's change the text to this. But I want to do one thing here. I want to make it a little bit unique. So first of all, let's go to the style and make this alignment left instead of the right. So first of all, select this container, and instead of this 340, let's make it 600. Okay, now select this heading again and go to the style, make it alignment left instead of this right. Okay, now grab these images. I want to flip the images on the right side here. So on the advanced tab, on the horizontal offset, make it 230, and this image as well, make it 170 pixel, and it will be like this. Easy. Alright, now after this container, let's add another one, and it will be right after this here. Now inside this container, let's add a widget which will be our made form widget. If you remember, we have installed the made form plugin. So with this we can create any type of form we want. So in the made form, click on this edit form, and in here we don't have any form, so we have to create one. I'm gonna rename this contact form, and select this blank template, create from scratch, and then click on this edit form, and it will take us to this mini Elementor page builder like this. And inside this we can make anything we like, anything literally you can make with Elementor page builder. So here basically we will make our contact form, and if you notice on this left side, we have some new elements from made form. Many form elements like submit button, email, number, text, everything is dedicated to creating forms. Okay. And of course we have the basic elements from the Elementor like container, text, images, all these. So first of all, I want to take a container here. Then inside this container, I'll go to the widgets and let's bring this text widget here. And input will be loaded. In the input you can type anything. So this is a basically form input, and this is inputs label. But we don't need the input label here, so let's turn off this label. But we need the placeholder. So basically this text, as you can see here, this is the placeholder. When we don't have any text here, it shows a basic placeholder. Okay, so here we can just type full name, and this placeholder is indicating that you have to type your full name on this input. Alright, now let's go to this style tab and style our input. First we have this padding here, unlink it, and on the bottom make it 18 pixel. Then we have the input color here. I'm gonna make it fully white. And by the way, we forgot one thing. We have to make this form dark color as well, because our whole site is dark color. So go to the page setting here, go to the style and select the background color. Let's make it fully black like this. Okay, and let's close it. Alright, so we have put this white color in the input. Now we have this background color. I'm gonna make the background color fully transparent like this. Okay, then we have the border type. Let's make it solid, and border width just on the bottom 1 pixel, and border color 7A 7A 7A. And one thing I want to do with this border color, switch on the hover here, select the border type solid again, and on the bottom 1 pixel, but on the focus make the border first 1 pixel on the bottom. I want to change the focus color here. So for this one it should be FF0000. It will make us the red color. So now if we close this, when we can see this border initially is gray, but if we click on this input is coming into the focus and it is changing its border color. Cool. Alright, so we are in this input drop down. Let's close this input drop down and open this placeholder now. So let's edit the placeholder's typography. First of all, let's make it secondary, and font size make it 20 pixel, and font weight 500, and line height 30 pixel, and the color let's make it secondary. Alright, now let's go to the advanced, and for the margin let's make it 40 pixel from the bottom. Alright, so this is our single input where we put our full name. By the way, I'm actually typing here, but we cannot see because I think the text color for the input is still black. We can just change it really easily. Go to the style of this text input, and we have this input color white. It's okay, but on the hover it's still black, we can see. So make it white, and on the focus as well make it white. And also one thing, we have the typography for this input as well. So here select the secondary and make it 20 pixel, the same as the placeholder, and line height 30 pixel. Now let's check it. If we type something like my full name, okay, so it looks really nice. Alright, so we have made a single input. Now let's add more input in our contact form. So first, I'm gonna take this email input, add it here. So first of all, we have to disable the label here, and this input has the same function of design, so why don't we just copy this text and paste the style in here to save our time. Alright, we have this email input right now, and one thing on this email input, we can scroll down here and we have the settings. We can turn on this required. When we turn on required option on any input, mandatory to fill up in order to continue or submit the form. Okay, basically you cannot leave this input empty. Okay, because obviously you have to put your email address to send any message to anyone, right? Alright, after that I'll add another text widget, then copy paste the style, and of course turn off this show label. And for this placeholder, let's make it subject. Okay, after subject, I want to add the final input of this form, which will be, if you scroll down, you will find this text editor. Edit here. So basically in the text editor, you type bigger text like messages and everything. So by default, this is kind of long. Turn off this label and we can just paste the style to make the style same. And let's change the placeholder to project details. So client would send their project details to you. And finally, we need a button in this form, a submit button. So we have the simple submit button here. Add it after this text editor. Add it here. And first of all, let's change the text to send inquiry. Then let's make this button alignment to left. And I want an icon for this button. So let's select this one and make this icon position to after. Then let's go to the style tab. And here we have this padding. First, let's unlink. And on the top, 12. On the right, 42. Then 19 and 42. Then we have the typography. Let's make it secondary. Then size 22, weight 500, and line height 1 em. And then for this button's background, let's select classic and simply add a background like BB6FFB. We'll have this nice purple type of color. Alright, let's scroll down and we have this border. Open this and let's make the border radius to 100. It will make things fully round. Then finally you have this icon. Open it, make the icon color fully white, then icon size, font size 22. Keep the padding all 0 and this vertical aligned, keep it 6. And this icon will be fixed on this center. Alright, so after creating this button, we are fully done with our contact form. Now let's click on this update and close. And after closing, our contact form is loading up in our home page inside this made form. Alright, so here we have to style a bit. Select this made form widget, go to the advanced and unlink the margin. On the top, make it minus 40 pixel. Then select this width to custom and make it 543 pixel. And I want this full contact form on this right side. So we can select this container, parent of this widget, and we can use this align item to end, and this form will be on the end. And by the way, one thing we have missed, I want to edit this button to a custom style. So we can actually select the made form again and open the edit form. You can open the contact form like this. And for this button, we can just add CSS classes. So inside this button, simply let's add the class, which is, if you scroll down, and here we have this gradient background and other effects for buttons. So we have the classes here, this btn gbg. First edit here. And now if we update and close. Right now, what I'm gonna do is go to the JFD website, and if you come here, you'll find this text with a gradient effect for buttons and form inputs. You'll find this form class. And add this form class into this made forms CSS classes. And after adding, this button will have a nice gradient color. And not only that, if we click on any input, we have this cool input hover effect. Perfect. Now let's check the responsiveness of this contact. So laptop mode, perfect. Tablet mode, work is really easy. First grab this made form and remove the top margin. Then select this width. Instead of this pixel, select percentage, then make it 100%. Then this form part will be completely fixed. Now let's go to the heading part here. Select this heading container, and instead of the 300, make this 500 pixel. And we can see this alignment is kind of wrong because we have copied this from the other section. So we can just simply make it left like this. And on this container, I want to leave some space on the bottom, like 10 pixel. And the tablet mode is looking perfect. And on the second container inside this contact form, I'd like to leave some space on the top, like 20 pixel. And this contact section is looking perfect in the tablet mode at least. So now let's check the mobile mode. In here everything is fine, just we have to decrease the paddings and all. Not even padding, just the text size. So in the typography, let's make it 36 pixel. And if you want, you can change the text size of this mate form, but I think this is looking really nice in the mobile mode. Alright, so we can say we have completed our contact form with fully responsiveness. And this was our final section in the home page. Now we will go to our WordPress dashboard and create our nice heading for the top and a footer for the bottom. And then we will create some real blog post and then come in our home page and stylize our blog section. Alright, so let's go ahead and publish our home page and go to the dashboard. Click on this Elementor icon, and from here click on this exit to WordPress. I'm actually open it on a new tab, so we still have this page builder in this tab. Alright, so let's go to the dashboard, and now we're gonna create our menus for our header. After that we will create our header and footer. So under the appearance, let's go to the menus, and here we have to put our menu name. For example, I type main menu. You can rename it to anything. Then here click on this header and click on this create menu. So we have created our menu. Now we have to add links in our main menu. So first we can see we have this home page, so we can just add it. Check this home page and click on this add to menu. Then the home page will be added to the menu. But the thing is, we only have the home page but not any other pages. So we have to create custom links like about, portfolio, contact, right? So let's click on this custom links and let's type our menu name. Let's make it about, and on the URL we don't have any page but we have the sections, right? For example, if we go back to our home page here in the Elementor page builder, this is our about section, right? So inside our about section here in the advanced, we can leave an ID like about, okay? And just copy this ID, the exact same ID, and just paste it here. But make sure you put this hash before this text, okay? So whenever anyone will click on the about link or about button on the header, it will just take them to this about page, okay? It will be a cool effect. So now let's add it to menu. Then let's create another one. Let's create portfolio. And for the portfolio link, I think we already have the link for the portfolio. This is our portfolio section or work section. So in the advanced, yeah, we have this portfolio. So in the menu link, put the portfolio, and before put the hash, okay? Add it to menu. Then let's create our pricing menu. It will take us to the pricing section. So let's go to the pricing section. If we have the ID, just copy this and paste it here with a hash. Add it to menu. Now let's make this blog, and we have our blog section as well here, and we have this blog ID. Let's put that here with the hash. Alright, so we have these links for our header. Save this menu. Now let's go back to the dashboard. Alright, now I'm gonna create the header and footer using this Elements Kit plugin. If we hover over this Elements Kit, we can see we have this header and footer option. Click on it and it will show some onboarding. Just keep clicking on the next step until you reach the end. Here, save changes. And now click on this header footer again. And from here, click on this add new. Then for this one, I'm gonna make the header, so let's rename it to header. and select the typed header, then condition, make sure you select this entire site, and then turn this activate toggle on. Now save the changes. After saving the changes, click on this header edit and click on this edit content, and it will open the header in the Elementor page builder. So here we have to design our header. So basically our header will be really simple. Let's take a container. We can rename this just header. Now let's make this direction to row, and in the advanced, on the margin, let's make the bottom -105. Then on the padding, unlink, on the top 50, 30, 20, and 30. And let's make the Z index 2. And we have the CSS ID, let's make it top. And I'll tell you why I put this here. The reason I'm putting this top in the ID, because later we will create a button in the footer. By clicking on this button, people can go all the way to the up of the home page. Okay, so just leave the top here. Now in this header, let's add a container. Let's rename this one left area, then make the width 200 pixel, then make the direction to column, and inside this area we'll have our logo. So click on it, add an image, and select the image. In the library, if you scroll down, you'll find this Foliofy image. Select this and we will have our nice logo. After that, let's create another container and rename this one middle area. So in this middle area, we will have our menus. So to have the menus we have created, you can just search menu and you will find this Elements Kit nav menu. Add it here, and on the select menu, select our main menu that we have created, and our menus will be loaded up here, like home, about, portfolio, price, and blog. Now let's style our nav menu here. Alright, so first let's go to the style tab and make the menu height 40 pixel. Then we have this padding, make it 0. Then scroll down and open this menu item style. Then we have this typography, make it secondary first, then the size 17 pixel, and then we have this color, this item text color. Let's make it our text color. So our menus will have the text color, and on the hover, make all the colors white color, because in the hover effect we will have our custom code work for us. So keep it white like this, but just not on the active actually. On the active, keep the text. Alright, then on the hover, keep the text, and on the active, keep the text color. Okay, now we have this item margin, keep it 0. Then we have the sub menu indicator style, keep it this color, the default one. Actually, we don't have any work on the sub menu item style sub menu or anything, because we don't have any sub menu under it. So we can just open this hamburger style. If we scroll down, we'll have this hamburger icon color. Let's make it primary, which is white, because our whole website will be dark, so hamburger icon should be white. Then here actually we have this hamburger icon color. I'm gonna make it white as well. So basically we have two hamburger icon colors. One is for the open state of the menu, one is for the closed state of the menu. Okay, but what I mean by the hamburger icon, if you don't know, if we click on this mobile mode, so instead of showing us a full link, it will show us a hamburger icon like this. If we open this, the menus will open from the side like this. So this is more mobile friendly stuff. Alright, so actually we're done with this nav menu style. So after this main area, let's add new container, and let's rename this container right area, and on the right area let's make this pixel and 200 pixel. Make the direction to column, and in this right side I want to add the button, the exact button we have on our banner area, this one. So we can just copy it from the other tab and paste it right here. So it is coming up like this because we don't have the custom CSS code in this page. We had it on the home page, but not in this page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the home page, scroll down and get this code. I'm actually gonna copy this whole custom CSS widget and paste it into our header, like in our header builder. Okay, and what I'm gonna actually do is delete this custom CSS widget from our home page, because after end of the day this header will go to our home page and every other page will have, right? So this custom code will be loaded everywhere. Although after deleting the custom code, everything is looking weird because the code is not loading, but after we add the header, the custom code will load again everywhere. Okay, so keep it in header. Now as you can see, the button is working like this, but I think there is something issue with the size of this button. I think we have to select this middle area, and on this width, if we make it 50%, it will be like this. And if we go to the advanced and make the size grow, it will be like this. And we can actually do one thing. We can use this justify content center to center this text with this button, and align item center to center this horizontally. And also on this logo, I'd like to center it with this justify content center. So if we turn it off, this is our header will basically look like. But let's fix this button. First of all, let's change the text here, get in touch, and I'm gonna link it to the contact section. Then also I'd like to use a icon for this. Select this one. So we just have to change the padding on this button. So let's go to the style, and on this padding, simply let's make it less space inside, 14, 22, 14, and 22 will fix this button. But after this, one problem appeared here, so we can fix it by going to advanced tab and making it align self end. Alright, so overall our header is looking like this. Really cool. Now let's check the responsive mode quickly. In the laptop it's good. In the tab it's like this, but I'd like to actually make this menu all the way to the right and hide this button on this tablet mode. But the problem is we can barely see anything here right now, so let's quickly change the page color to this. Okay, so now we can see the menu. Alright, so I'd like to hide this whole container in the tablet mode. So go to the advanced, you scroll down, you'll find this responsive. So on the tablet and mobile, turn on this hide, and it will be hidden on the tablet and mobile mode, and this menu will be on the right side. So now first select this middle area, and instead of this 15% width, make it 200%. Then go to the advanced, turn off the size grow, make it none. So we cannot see it right now. This header is looking, the header is disappeared right now if we close this. So in order to see that, we have to select the header and give this a temporary min height like 200 pixel. And now if we close this, we can actually see this menu. Okay, so let's work based on that, based on this temporary min height. So currently it's looking like this. Menu on the left, and it's on in the middle, but we can see the right side area is disappeared because we have turned off this on the tablet and mobile. So what you can do is select this thing, go to the advanced tab of this middle one, and use this order to the end. Okay, then use the size to the grow. Now if we close this, we can see our menu is here, but the hamburger icon is still on the left. So let's come back to the layout and use this align items end, and it will be end for sure. Alright, you can see this is on the end, and if we open this, a nice side menu will be opened. And one thing is here, our logo should be on the left, like properly. It has some unnecessary space, so we can select our logo and use this alignment to the left. Actually, this is not for only the tablet mode, but the desktop mode as well. Keep it left. Alright, so it will be fine. Now let's check how it looks on the mobile. In the mobile, kindly it's looking like this, but let's see what you can do. We can grab this left area and make this 50%. Then grab this middle area, which is this hamburger, and make this 50%. Then from the advanced tab, we can turn off this grow, maybe, and let's see. Yeah, now it looks perfect. Alright, So we have just created our amazing header section. So let's remove this temporary height for the tablet mode. We had 200 pixel. Alright, so it should be good. Now let's publish this page and go back to our dashboard. Now if we go to our home page and publish this, then refresh it, we can see our header is still not here. So we have to turn it on. Just click on this page setting and scroll down. You will find this page layout. We have made this Elementor canvas, but select this Elementor full width. Then you might see your header is like this, but don't worry, just publish and refresh the home page and your header will be absolutely fixed. And look how cool it is looking in our home page. As well as we have our full custom code back. Every element, every custom thing is working perfect. However, we don't have the footer yet, and also we have to create blog post in the dashboard. So let's go back to the dashboard. Alright, so let's go ahead and make our footer. Okay, so to make our footer, we have to follow the same thing as the header. Let's go to the header footer in this Elements Kit. Then in here we have this header, right? We have created the header. Now also here, I'm gonna add the footer. So let's add new template here. And this time let's rename it footer and type, make sure you select the footer, condition, entire site, and toggle this activate. Then save the changes. And let's open it, edit the content. And same as the header, will be in the Elementor page builder. Now let's go ahead and add a container, and this will be of course the footer. Now let's make the direction to row and make the wrap. Then let's make the padding 86 pixel, 30, 30, and 30 like this. Okay, now let's add a container inside this one, and then let's make the direction row and make the justify content space between, and make the align items center. Now let's go to the advanced and make the margin 27 on the bottom and padding 20 on the bottom. And one thing, let's go back to the style here, and I want a border on this container, so border type solid, and on border width on the bottom leave 1 pixel, and for the color make the color 525252, and it will leave a nice border here. Now inside this container, let's add an image, and this will be our logo for the footer. So let's select our logo, this one. Alright, and by the way, let's make this page dark because the footer will be on the dark page. So background type, I'm making it 1E, 1E, 1E. Like it doesn't matter what color you choose on this page, it will be the dark color anyways in this home page. Okay, so leave it like this, so it helps us to build the footer in the original color. Okay, now after this image, let's add an icon widget, icon list. I'm gonna put it right after this image. Then on this icon list, let's make it inline, and let's delete all of these except the first one. And here I'm gonna add our menu names, like all the menu names. So in our home page, where you have home, about, portfolio, pricing, and blog. So first home, and I want to remove the icon, so no icon. Then let's add another, actually let's copy and paste the home first, then I'll add it. So on the second one we have about, the third one we have the portfolio, the fourth one pricing, I guess. Yes, the pricing. And the last one, contact. And we can simply put the link. So our homepage link would be this link, like direct the address. Put it here, and all other links will have the section ID. Like about will have the about ID with the hash, about. Portfolio will have the portfolio ID, pricing will have the pricing, and contact will have the contact with a hash. Okay, now let's go to the style to style our menus. First, I'm gonna make this space between 30 pixel. Then icon size, open the icon, keep it 14 pixel. Then let's open the text, and typography, let's make it text, and it should be good. And we can make the size 17 pixel, and it should be good. And color, make this text. And finally go to the advanced, and let's add a CSS class. If we go to the JFD site, and here in this page, if you hold Ctrl and press F, you can search any element or any text inside this page. So I'm gonna type footer, so it highlights the footer text only. And if you scroll down, you'll find this footer menu item, this class. Get this class, and in our footer icon list, put the class here. And because we already have pasted the code, this code, into our code base before, so we don't have to add this code again. Okay, so after this icon list, and even after this container, let's add another container, and I'm gonna make this width 50%. Then justify content center, and inside this, let's add a heading. And this text will be our copyright text. Copyright, like you see on websites footer, there always some text like all rights reserved by X company, right? So you can add any text you want here that suits your website. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste my text. And one thing, let's select this HTML tag to span. Now let's go to the style and keep the color white. Then typography, let's select secondary, and size 14 pixel, and line height 30 pixel. Then after this container, let's add another, and let's make this one 50% as well. Then make it direction to row, and justify content to the end, and gaps 26 pixel. Now inside this, I want to add a button, and let's change the text, and this button will be the download CB as well. We had a download CB button before on our homepage, but we're adding one in here as well. And this one will be a little bit different design. So first let's change the icon. I'm gonna select a down icon because it's a download. This one's good. Now let's position set to the end, and gap 10 pixel. Then go to the style, make the typography accent, and font size 14 pixel, and font weight keep it 500. Line height, we can keep it 1 em. Okay, now let's make this background color, keep it the accent, and on hover color I want to add a gradient color. So on the first color, let's make it BB6 FFB42. So this is basically a semi-transparent color. And then on the second color, let's make it FFB05464. And then let's make this angle to 90 degree. And on hover, it should be like this. Then we have, of course, the border radius. Let's make it fully round, 100. Then the padding, let's make it 14, 22, 10, and 22. And it should be like this. Now let's go to the advanced and make the self align to start. And I want to make this button custom, so I'm gonna paste the class name. So we have a button class name, which is this btn-black. Here, after pasting this code, nothing is happening because we don't have the code present in this page. But when the footer will be in the home page, every code will work, because in the home page we have the header, and in the header we have the custom code. Alright, so after this button, I want to add a social icon widgets. Search social, and you'll find this widget. Add it right after this button. Oops, it's gone outside of this container. Just bring it in. Alright, so after rearranging this, let's edit the social icons. So instead of this YouTube, let's make it Instagram, and bring it to the top. Alright, now let's make the shape circle. Then go to the advanced, make the color custom, then first color, make it accent, and secondary, make it primary. Then size, make it 18 pixel, padding, select pixel and 12 pixel, spacing 20 pixel, and keep the rows gap 0. Then on the icon hover, make the primary color to primary and secondary color to accent, and on the hover it will look like this. Nice. Finally go to the advanced and make this class as social, and when our footer will be in the home page, this social icon will look like this and this button will look like this. Okay, and in our footer finally I'm gonna add a button after this container, so we can just add it here like outside of this container. And first of all, let's change it. I'm gonna make it go up, and from the icon library I'm gonna search right, and here you'll find this angle right. Select this, insert, and make the icon position to end and spacing 10 pixel. Then go to the style and make the typography to text, then make the size 14 pixel, and the color, this text color, make it A3 A3 A3. Then the background color, let's make it fully transparent like this. Then here keep the padding all 0. Then go to the advanced tab, make the position to absolute, then horizontal orientation to right, make the offset 60 pixel, then vertical orientation to bottom and offset 70 pixel. Then go to the transform, and in the rotate, make the rotation to minus 90 degree, and this button will look like this. So although it is going to be like this, but don't worry, this is only in the page builder. If we close this in the preview mode, this will be perfectly fine in the preview mode. Doesn't matter how anything appears to be in the build mode, it should be always perfect in the preview mode. Okay, so our element is perfect here, and with this basically our footer is done. And one thing we have to do is responsive. So in the laptop mode everything looks perfect, but we have to edit this one. So let's grab this, and instead of offset 60, let's make it minus 15 pixel, and this is how it looks. In the laptop mode it will look like this. Good enough. Now let's check it on the tablet, but first in the tablet mode I'm gonna change some things first here. So let's select this container, and let's make this 100%, and also this one make it 100%, and everything will be aligned like this. But I'm gonna use this justify content to center every child element inside this container, and also for this one as well, align item center. But I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna select this copyright container, and from the advanced I'm gonna use this order to put this to the end, because this copyright text always stays on the end, right? So I'd like to add some space between these two elements, so you can just grab this copyright text and on the margin top 10 pixel is good. Perfect. Right now about this go up button, I'm gonna actually move it right here, 30 pixel to move it here. So in the tablet mode it will look like this. It's looking good. Now finally let's check on the mobile mode. So first in the mobile mode, let's select this footer and decrease the padding to 50 on the top, 20, 25 on the bottom, and 20 pixel. After that we have these things messed up, so I'm gonna select this whole container and first make it justify content center, and let's grab this menu or the icon list, and from this style I'm gonna decrease this space between to 15 pixel, and we can use this alignment to center and it will be fine. After that let's select this copyright text and we can make it align to center and it will be fine. Now let's select this up to button. First let's make the horizontal offset 0 and vertical offset 121 pixel, and it will be perfect here. Alright, so basically we're done with the footer and it's responsive. Now let's publish this footer, and if we go to our home page and refresh the whole page, and on the bottom we'll get our amazing footer right here. And you can see after adding it to the home page, it got all the CSS and everything is looking perfect like this. Alright, so we have created the footer. Now let's go back to the dashboard, and now finally we're gonna make our blog post. So let's go to this posts option, and we can see this hello world, which is a dummy default post. We can just trash it and add a new post. and you'll get to see this page. So in this area, we have to put our title of the post. Enter our post title. Like, let's paste a title, a real title. It will be like this. After that, we have to set up a featured image, or you can call a thumbnail for this post. So on the right side, you will see this set featured image. If you click on this, it will open the media library. So for this particular blog post, I want to set this image as a thumbnail. So let's select this, and as you can see, this is selected. Now after this, on this right side, we have more useful options, like we have the status, publish, author name, and all. You can just explore everything from here. After that, we have this categories option. We can add different categories for our blog post. Like if I click on this add new category, I get to set a category. For example, I type branding and add to new category, and this branding will be added here. Make sure you check this branding to add this post in the branding category. And also you can add multiple categories on a post, like marketing. And if you add the marketing and check the both, so this post belong to these both categories. Okay. After we have these tags, using these tags, we can add tags for our blog posts like branding. And if I enter here, this branding will be added. Then I type marketing, hit enter, it will be added. Alright, so now our basic information for this post is ready. We can now publish it. Click on this publish. Now after publishing, I'm gonna open this on the Elementor. So first we have to go to the page setting, and let's make this page layout to Elementor full width. And we'll have our header and footer, right? And of course, let's make the page color to 171614, this dark color. All right, now this will be our single blog post. So basically in your single blog post, you have all of your content like a blog should have. The images, paragraphs, lists, and every single thing a blog should have. And since we're editing this on Elementor Page Builder, you can imagine the possibility to create a blog post. We can literally create anything in the single blog post. So I'm gonna give you some basic idea here. So first I'm gonna give you some basic idea here. If you search post title, you'll get this JKit post title, which is coming from the JKit add-on. If you add it, and here you see it automatically detected our post title and added here. By the way, this header is coming over it, so we can just have some big margin to make it here. I'm just showing you the example how you can do it. So this is the header, and if you search post blog, you can see all the elements and widgets for the post, like this post blog, post list, even featured image. If we add the featured image, it will show our featured image automatically. And we have everything like post content, post date, author, every details a blog can have. So for the paragraph, we can use this post content, and this will be our basic content writing widget for our blog post. Okay. But the good news is I have a pre-made template for this blog post, and I'm gonna give you this as a bonus. So if you have downloaded the resources from my description, we already use these images, but on this root folder, you'll find the single hyphen post, this JSON file. So I'm gonna show you how you can use this. First of all, let's delete all of these. All right, nothing is here. Now, if we click on this folder icon, it's called Add Template. By the way, you can use all of this template from Elementor Page Builder Pro. These are actually professional one. You have to get the Elementor Pro version to get all of these unlocked. But don't worry, I have the premium template for you. So if you go to my templates, there is no template. So you can upload a template by clicking on this import template. And in this area, I'm just gonna drop this JSON file like this. And on this warning, just continue. And this single post will be added on my template here. Now all we gotta do is click on this insert, then click on this apply, and here, hold on, let's go to the page layout and make it back to the Elementor full width. And right here, our pre-made blog single page is fully ready. First we have this nice title, then we have this nice link. By clicking on this link, you can go to the home page. After that, we have this nice featured image. After we have the content, this heading and this paragraphs. By the way, everything is changeable here. You can just create a real blog post using these text structures, okay? And here is the quotation design. You can quote any text. And here we have a video design. You can upload any video in here or link any YouTube video if you want. We have some lists with a nice design layout. Then here we have a comment option. People can type any comment here. And after they comment it, it will be shown here nicely. And of course, I'll show you this when we'll give a final walkthrough on our website. All right. Now let's save our single post page, publish this, and let's go back to the dashboard. All right. So let's go back here. All right. So basically we're having one post, but I need multiple posts here. So I'm going to quickly create some posts here. And the process of making the post will be exactly the same. Just go to the new post, add a nice title, add an image, select some categories or create one, and go to the Elementor page builder, then import the ready template. All right, so let's continue after I add all the posts. All right, so I have created all the posts. So we have enough post here. Now let's go back to our home page. And yeah, for so long, we kept our blog section like this. Now if we refresh our home page, now finally we will be able to see our full blog like this. Now it has an image, a real title, and also we have the single blog post. So by clicking on this post, we'll go to our single blog post where we can read the whole post. Okay. Now it's time to really make this section look good. So first of all, select this blog post. Then on this layout style, I'm going to select this grid with thumb. And it will look like this. But let's keep styling and it will look really good. Then on this show content, we don't want to show any content like this because it will make the blog items really big. So let's turn off this show item. So it will show the titles only. Now here we have many types of settings. It's useful when we're adding more content in the card or item. But right now we are not using any of this. So let's just go straight to the styling part. So first on this wrapper, background type classic, and I'm gonna make it fully transparent. Okay, you see the result yourself. Now let's make this container padding 0, container margin 0, and content padding 0. Then scroll down and open this featured image. On this featured image, let's make it 0, like border radius 0, margin 0, and padding 0. Then we'll scroll down and open this title. So this title is the setting for our blog title. So this is important. And in the typography, let's actually make it secondary. Then font size 20 pixel, font weight 500, then line height 1.8 em. Then keep the alignment to the left, and on the margin, unlink it. On the top 15 and on the bottom 12. Then finally let's open this button drop down, and first let's make the padding 0. Then we have the typography, make it secondary, 20 pixel, font weight 500. After that we have background. Let's make the background, yes, fully transparent. So we have only the button text. And then let's go to the advanced tab. And I want to add the custom CSS here. So first of all, go to the JFT, and if you go all the way to the down, and here you'll find this blog images with fixed height and centered content CSS. Just copy all this code. And now let's go to our header, because we have the code in our header now. So edit content, and we have to put the code in the custom CSS in our code base. Okay, and publish this header so it will be saved. Now on the home page, publish it, and let's refresh this so the header also refresh and loads the code. Okay, all right, now let's go to that section. And in here, so finally we have to paste the CSS class. Copy this block class, paste it here, and now see what happens. By default, this learn more is having this gradient color, and on hover this title is also getting a nice gradient color. So cool. So basically our blog post area is finally looking perfect and it's complete. But one thing here I'd like to fix, we have this upper container, right? So after this text editor, I'd like to add some margin on the bottom. You see there's almost no space between this text and the whole blog post, right? So actually I'm gonna bring out this blog post out of this container, because we can see this is inside the container right now. So if we bring it like this and again make the container to the top, it will look like this, because in the container we have added the bottom margin. Okay, so it's now perfect. Now let's quickly check the responsiveness. In the tablet, in the laptop mode, it's perfect. In the tablet, it's perfect as well, and in the mobile, it's all perfect. But if you want, of course, you can change the text size and the button size. It's really easy. Just select this blog post and go to the title first, and for the title we can make it 16 pixel, and for the read more button we can also make it 16 pixel. Perfect. And of course we can change our own title here. Here 28 pixel, looking perfect. And finally on this container we can decrease the margin here like 20 pixel. Alright, now this section is perfect. And now we're basically done with all the section in our homepage, top to bottom. And we're also having our footer and the header as well. Now the final thing I'll do is I'll polish our homepage. Like we can add some shapes, like this shape area. It adds night lighting. We can add this lighting on the other sections as well. Then we can add little images like these on the other sections, because we have a lot of image in our library, and we can change the little stuff here and there. Okay, alright, so let's start from the top. So basically we have done all the little polishing for our banner section, like adding this lighting, shadow, or these little images. Now let's go ahead. Next we have this about section. In the about section I want to add the lighting, shadow as well. So we have the shape area. We can just duplicate this one, and if we drag it to before about section, so after adding, if you notice, we have this shadow and color, and this about section will be the same depth as the banner section. Okay, now for this about section I'm gonna add some little images around the edges here. So first let's search for icon widget, and I'm gonna add this icon widget somewhere here. Actually it doesn't matter, you can add it anywhere you want, because this image will be position absolute. But again I want this icon to be outside of this call 1 and call 2, so it will be like at least organized like this. But don't worry, it is appearing like this first, like this. Now let's select this upload SVG, and in here you'll find this global. Read the title here, global.svg. If you select this, this globe icon will be loaded. Now let's go to the style tab and keep the alignment center, then primary color. I'm gonna make it a custom color 333. Then let's adjust the size 304, and it will be really big like this. But don't worry, we'll make it absolute. So let's go to the advanced and position absolute, and it will take no real space. Then let's position this horizontal orientation to right, and offset minus 60 pixel, vertical to top, and offset minus 70 pixel. Well, it will be like this, but if we use this z index -1, it will be like under this marquee section, and it will look really good. Alright, so this is how it looks. It's adding more depth to the section. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this icon, and I'm gonna place this second one maybe in here. So let's go to the advanced and make the horizontal orientation to left, and then offset -170, and vertical orientation to bottom, offset -245, and it will be placed here like this. Alright, so the images are looking good. But one thing actually on this shape area, on this second spacer, I want to make it a little bit on the bottom, like vertical orientation. We can make it 365. So this nice lighting is working with this image. Alright, so we're done with the about section. Now let's go to next section, which is this work section. For this one, I'm gonna use the image widget. So in the work section, we have container and workbox. After all this, let's add a image. I'm gonna place an image here, and it will be out of this container or workbox. Now select an image. I'm gonna select this one, and let's position this thing absolute and horizontal orientation to right, offset 50 pixel. It will be somewhere here. Then vertical on the top and offset 96 pixel. And let's make the Z index -1, so it will be under that button. Alright, looking great. Now I'm gonna add another, so we can duplicate and select another one. Let's select this one and position this horizontal to left, offset 350, and vertical to bottom, and offset keep it 0. And this smile face will be here. Alright, so good with the work section. Now we have the services section. Alright, so for this section as well, I want this shape area, so we can duplicate this and drag it before the work section. So basically, whatever section you like to add the lighting effect, put the shape area before that section. Okay, so this is services section. I'm gonna drag it down to here, and now this lighting has been nicely added. But for this lighting, this shape area, I'd like to bring it up a little bit, like in this area, somewhere like this. I'm gonna actually give it a precise value 45. Alright, so in this section, services section, I'd like to add some images. We have so many cool images in our library. So first, let's add a widget, this image widget. You can put it somewhere, then drag it up to before any container or outside of this container. Then let's select this image to this image, this cube, and then let's go to advanced, and of course make it position to absolute. Make the horizontal orientation to right, offset 85, vertical to top, and offset -100 pixel. It'll be like this, and just keep it -1 Z index. Alright, now next image, duplicate this. I'm gonna select this one for that. This is square -1, and this one should be somewhere here. So horizontal orientation to left, -70 pixel, vertical orientation to bottom, and 220 pixel. I feel like this is not the right image because it's blending up with the background, so I think it might be this. And this one looks good here, but we can go to the advanced and use this rotation like 45 pixel, and it will be unique like this. Alright, so this section is perfect with the images and shadows. What we have next, we have this pricing section. But in the pricing section, I don't want to add any images. So let's move to the next section. This is testimonial. So in the testimonial, I'd like to add the shape area. So we can duplicate the shape area and drag it down. Oops. Just drag it down before this testimonial section quickly. In the testimonial, let's add an image somewhere here, and then drag it to here outside of any of this container. And let's select this image. Actually, I'm not gonna use the image here. I'm gonna use the icon, because the image I'm gonna choose, that will be SVG. So drag it here again and make it to the top and select it from the SVG. I want this global icon again. Now on this tile, let's make the color 333. Then icon size 304. Then make it position absolute, horizontal right, offset -30, vertical top, offset 35, and Z index -1. It's looking cool. Now let's duplicate this and align the second one horizontal left, offset minus 100 pixel, vertical bottom, offset 174, and it will be right here. It's looking cool. So we are good with this testimonial section. After we have this block section, for the block section, let's keep it empty. But after this block section, I want to add a marquee. So we have this double marquee, but see what I'm going to do is duplicate this and drag it down after this block section. Put it right after the block like this. So it will be like this, but let's close this block. Yeah, in this marquee section, I'm gonna delete this second marquee single, and it will be just one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this marquee single out of this marquee section. And first what I'm gonna do is select the marquee section, and I'd like to remove every padding. In fact, let's make it 0, margin 0. But let's select this marquee single and remove the min height as well. And now let's go to the advanced tab and open the transform and edit the rotation a bit. You can make it 1.67 and it will be almost straight like this. Also, if we select the marquee section, we can see we have this min height. I'd like to delete this and it will be like this. Now finally, select this icon list, and instead of this text, I want to add only icons in here. So first let's delete all this text. And we cannot delete the first one, so we have to edit, delete the text, keep the icon only. In fact, change this icon, select the SVG upload and select this icon for this one. Alright, now after this, let's copy and make it 4 like this. Then on the second icon, I'm gonna select back the star, and for the fourth icon, I'm gonna select star. So what I want you to do is duplicate it so many times, like first click on this arrow once clone, it will be clone, then click on this star once clone, arrow one, then star one, arrow, then star, like this. Keep going until you have like 20 or 25 items. Keep going until you have like a second line break like this. If you have the second line break, delete 1 or 2. Okay, so it will be like this. Now I'm gonna drag and align every one of them in a sequence, like first arrow then star, first arrow then star. Okay, so let's drag this star up. It's a bit tricky, but it will be worth it because it will look really cool. Let's keep going. Alright, so I have placed, but I feel like these arrows are being too much, so we can just change it from here. And this last one to this star. Alright, so everything in the sequence, it's looking really cool if you ask me. Alright, it's actually creating a nice separation between these two sections. Alright, so I want this again after this section, which is this contact section. Okay, so we can just this time duplicate it. So duplicate this marquee section. Don't need to make the sequence again, and just drag and drop after this contact. So now before the footer area, we have this marquee again, which is making the footer look good as well. Alright, so finally I think we're done polishing our home page, and our home page is looking really complete with everything. Oh, and by the way, we have this go up button, right? We have made it, but maybe we forgot to add the ID. So let's go to the footer, and if we select this, in this, let's type top, #top, okay? Then update this. And now refresh the home page. Before refreshing, make sure you publish because everything will be gone. We should save everything. Then refresh. And now if we go to the footer and click on this go up, it takes us to all the way to the top. Cool. Alright, now I'm gonna be showing you how you can create a logo like this by using a free online tool. So just go to the Google and search Logo Maker. The spelling is like this, logo M-A-K-R. Go to this link. And from here, click on this Start My Design. Then here, click on this Create a New Design. And you'll have a canvas like this to make your logo. So first we have to take a text. So click on this T icon. We'll have a text like this. Now let's change it to our logo name, Foliofy. Alright, now the thing is our logo is not having a single color on the text. It is having the gradient type of color. But to add some gradient color like this on your text, you'll have to use Photoshop or some advanced software like that. But here I'm gonna actually show you how you can create a simple logo without any fancy styles using this free tool. Okay, so let's pick a color for this text. Click on this styles and you get to choose a color. First we have this fill color, then we have this outline color. So in the fill color, I'm gonna use a color like this. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this options and duplicate this text. Okay, now we have two different texts, so I'm gonna make this one of them. Select the fill and make it like purple type of color. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this text down and put it like this, and this is simply giving us a 3D type of effect similar to this logo we have here. Cool, right? See how simple you can do it with these type of tools. And of course you can change the font style or font family of this text. Just click on this font family option right here. You get to see many type of fonts here, but I think you can choose any of these from here. But honestly, to me this one is looking good enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this save. And here we'll have this download option. Click on this. And here you can actually enter your email address and this email will be nicely sent to your inbox. Now let's go check our email. And here you can see they have sent us an email. And here's the download free file button. Just click on it and your image will be right here. Just left click on here, save the image as, and save this to your device with any name. I'm gonna rename this free logo and save it. And we have this nice logo we have just created using a free tool. Now let's go back to our WordPress. So you know the way how to change your logo, right? Just open the footer or header, select the logo, choose the image, upload the new logo in the library, select this and the logo will be here. And of course you can change the size of the logo. And it's actually looking good here. Alright, so you can change your logo on the header the same way, okay? And yes, one thing I promised you to show is in the about section, we have this download CV, right? So anyone clicks on this download CV, they should have your CV file downloaded right away, right? So it is really simple. It's actually simpler than you think. So first we have to upload our CV file somewhere, right? So I'm gonna use the media library, WordPress media library. So we can just select any random image from here to open the media. And in here, and here, let's say I have this CB zip, right? In this CB zip, we have the PDF file of our CV. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna directly upload this cb.zip file. And you can see this has been uploaded like this. Now, bottom of this item, we have this file URL. We can just click on this copy URL to clipboard and it will be copied. Now go back to the page builder and open this button. And in this button link, just put that URL that we have copied. So this is the URL of our file, right? Now let's publish this. And if we go to our preview mode, click on this preview changes. And now if we click on our button, download CV, you see instantly this CV is being downloaded. So the person want your CV don't have to go to any Google Drive or any share website. They can just click on the download CV and it will be downloaded on their device. Perfect. Alright, so I think I have covered everything, and if I have missed something, please let me know that in the comments. Now let's give you a final walkthrough of the website. So first we have created this nice header. In the header we have this link. You click the about link, it will take us to the about section. If we click the portfolio, it will take us to the portfolio. Then we have pricing and the blog. So cool. After that we have this professional banner area. It's so much eye-catchy that anyone would like to explore the whole website. Then we have this cool animated marquee section. After that we have this very informative about section. After that we have this work section that we show all of our works. You can link any of your real project into these images and titles. After that we have another marquee that shows your client's name. After we have this service section that shows all of your service in a nice tab style. Then we have this pricing plan that gives you an idea of your charges and pricings. Then we have this testimonial area that what actually client says about you. Then we have this nice blog section. People can read blog. People can contact with you through this section. And finally we have our nice footer section with some links, a download CV button, and some social links. In the social link you can of course put the social link. And finally we have this go up button. Alright, so we have completed our amazing personal portfolio website design. Now go ahead and create your own professional portfolio website. I wish you all the best. I have just one request. Please comment down below about the learning experience from this video. Also please share this video on social media. It would mean world to me. I'll catch you on the next one. For now, bye bye.